Chapter 429 Visiting Senior by Again. Why you asked for the young master's blood? Really? Despite all of the evidence, Feng Yuxiang still doubted the situation and wanted to be absolutely sure that it was not a misunderstanding. Lan Yingying nodded in a calm manner and said, "Yes. I should give birth in 1,000 years. Good heavens. A divine beast getting impregnated by a human." Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. Is that wrong? Lan Yingying couldn't help but ask, as she wasn't aware of how things worked outside the mystic realm. And Feng Yuxiang was the first divine beast she had met besides her own family. I wouldn't say it's wrong since it's not a taboo or anything, but it's definitely frowned upon by most divine beasts, as they see humans as inferior beings. To be completely honest with you, I also used to look down on humans, but I learned my lesson after meeting the human who cursed my bloodline with the snap of his fingers. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Cursed? Lan Yingying tilted her head since this is her first time hearing about her situation. It's a long story, but I made some mistakes when I was young, and my bloodline got cursed as a result, forcing me to hide in the lower heavens since I cannot increase my cultivation above Spirit Grandmaster. Feng Yuxiang gave a brief explanation. Anyways, we can talk about my situation later. Most divine beasts loathe humans, so it would be for the best if you kept that a secret. What made you decide to do that with Brother Yuan? Xiao suddenly asked. Lan Yingying then explained her situation to them, everything about the demons, and how she had to continue the legacy. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang mumbled, since the young master agreed to impregnate you, there's a good chance that he might agree to impregnate me if I asked. Feng Yuxiang suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at her when she said those words, causing her to turn to look at Xiao, who was glaring at her with dangerous-looking eyes. I was joking. It was only a joke. You don't have to look at me like that. Feng Yuxiang quickly said with a stiff smile. I never even thought about having children, and I am still too young to think about those things. By the way, how old are you? Feng Yuxiang then asked Lan Yingying. 26 years old, she answered. Feng Yuxiang jumped out of her seat after hearing this and she exclaimed, What? Only 26 years old? You're practically a baby as a divine beast. And you already have a baby coming. Heavens! You're moving too fast. Oh really? Lan Yingying was also surprised by Feng Yuxiang's reaction. Take me for example. I am in my 6 digits and I don't even dare think about having a child. Feng Yuxiang said. What? You're at least 100,000 years old? Meixiu was surprised to hear this. Feng Yuxiang nodded. 123,200 years to be exact, and I would be considered as a youth in the eyes of the older divine beasts that have lived for millions upon millions of years. If you make it sound like that, 26 years is really nothing. Meixiu mumbled. It was at this moment Zhu Yueying returned with the technique in her hands as well as the manager from the 4th floor. Sorry, it took a while. Zhu Yueying then handed the technique to Meixiu in a casual manner. Here you go. Thank you. Meixiu accepted the technique. Wait. What the hell is going on here? Fei Sini said with a frown on her face. And she continued. You came all the way to the 4th floor to grab a technique for someone in the lower heavens? Are you crazy? There's no way the master authorized this. Oh yeah? Wanna make a bet? If you win, I will do whatever you say for the rest of the week. However, if you lose, you will have to listen to me for the rest of the week. Zhu Yueying glared at her with a serious expression. Che, this is why I hate you. Fei Sini turned around and quickly stomped away. There was no way she'd risk it, and she'd rather die than be Zhu Yueying's dog for an entire week. I hope the master finds out about this and punishes you. Once Fei Sini left, Meixiu asked, Is everything okay? Don't worry about it, we're always like this. Anyways, take a look at the technique. It's a divine grade technique specifically for your physique. I hope you like it. Meixiu looked at the scroll on her grasp and said, Divine grade? This is a very expensive item, right? I don't have enough money for it. Ah, don't worry about the money. It's for free. That was my master's wish as well. Feng Yuxiang and the others were surprised to hear this. Just who is the master of the myriad of techniques? He must be ridiculously generous or loaded to give away a divine grade technique for free even if he's in the upper heavens. I see. Thank you. Again. Meixiu said. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the guards finally came to a decision. Hey you may go up. However, just so you know, if you're lying, death will be the least of your worries. The guards said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and proceeded to head upstairs. Once he reached the door, he opened it and walked into the portal without hesitation. After the falling sensation, Yuan appeared in the middle of the sky again. Of course, since he could fly, he wasn't worried at all that he might fall to his death. Yuan proceeded to fly around until he could see the flying platform from before. After landing, he started waiting for Senior Bai to make his appearance. What a beautiful place. I wonder if there's anything beyond these mountains. Yuan mumbled to himself as he took the time to watch the scenery, something he didn't get the chance to do the previous time he was here. A few minutes later, Yuan could see Senior Bai's figure approaching his location from a distance. However, he was not alone, and flying beside him was another individual, a beautiful woman who could only be described as a goddess. When Yuan saw this goddess, his eyes widened with surprise, as she was the same goddess he met during his character evaluation. Chapter 430 Factions. Many minutes before Senior Bai went to meet Yuan and shortly after had spoken with Zhu Yueying, Senior Bai was sitting around a large round table with 8 other individuals. What's the matter, Elder Bai? One of the individuals there asked him after noticing that Head suddenly spaced out. A little something, he said before turning to look at the goddess sitting at the other side of the table and continuing to speak. I have been told that he has returned to the myriad of techniques. Everyone in the room raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Even the goddess looked confused, so Senior Bai explained. Do you remember that talk I had with you not long ago? That ID met him at my store? The goddess immediately stood up from her seat when she realized what Senior Bai was talking about, and this startled the others, as they usually don't see her act in such a manner. When Senior Bai saw her reaction, he said with a smile, Should we take a break from the meeting? We've been at it for a while now. Everybody there turned to look at the goddess. Let's take a break, she said. And she continued. Elder Bai, I would like to get a breath of fresh air. I know just the place. Senior Bai said with a smile on his face. He then retrieved some sort of device before tossing it on the floor, creating a portal that was shaped like a door. And without saying anything, the goddess began walking towards the portal, entering it a moment later. What is going on, Elder Bai? The other 7 individuals there asked him. However, he merely shook his head and said, I don't dare to say it. If you really want to know, ask her yourself. The people there exchanged looks with each other. Asked the goddess? As curious as they were, none of them wanted to unnecessarily stick their noses in her business, as they might make her angry, and nobody there wanted to see that. I will be back. Senior Bai then said to them before entering the portal as well. The portal closed after Senior Bai entered it. On the other side of the portal that led them to another dimension, the goddess had been waiting for Senior Bai. What took you so long? Let's go, she said to him in a seemingly impatient manner. Senior Bai smiled and said, Is this what you look like when you're excited? I don't think I have seen you like this before. Senior Bai forcefully closed his mouth when he saw the dangerous look the goddess was giving him. Let's go, he said with a bittersweet smile before flying to the hovering platform a few minutes away from their location. Once they got close, they were able to see a masked figure standing on the platform and seemingly admiring the scenery, and he was emitting a profound aura that was similar to dragons. Spirit Grandmaster? Why am I not surprised? Senior Bai smiled when he saw the powerful aura around Yuan. However, the goddess behind him remained nonchalant, and with a cold expression on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan was filled with surprise when he saw the goddess, as he didn't expect to see her in this place. I didn't expect to see you so soon after our last meeting, Yuan. Senior Bai said to him after they arrived in front of him. Hello, Senior Baian. Yuan didn't know how to address the goddess and waited for her to speak. Su Jiechi, that is my name, she said. Yuan nodded and continued. It's nice to see you again, Miss Su. I didn't think I'd see you again until I reached the upper heavens. Miss Su? Senior Bai raised his eyebrow after hearing this. as he has never heard someone address her so casually. However, Su Jiechi didn't seem to mind and said, I also didn't expect to see you so soon. So you've only reached Spirit Grandmaster, huh? Su Jiechi wasn't surprised by his insane progress speed. In fact, she even sounded a little disappointed. Are you still in the lower heavens? She suddenly asked him. Yes. What have you been doing this entire time? If it was anyone else with that physique, they would have been a spirit king by now. Stop fooling around and come to the upper heavens already. You're wasting your talents, she continued. But there's no reason for me to rush things. I want to enjoy the cultivation world, and there are still things I must do in the lower heavens. Yuan said. Su Jiechi's eyebrows twitched after hearing Yuan's response. It's been a very long time since someone has dared to talk back to her. People would usually just follow her words and won't say anything back. However, she wasn't angry even in the slightest like she normally would. Miss Su, you seem to know a lot about my physique. Can you tell me more about it? Yuan suddenly asked her. After a moment of silence, she spoke. What do you want to know about it? Anything at all. But I am interested in its origins and what else I can do with this physique. I know that I can consume monster cores and demon cores, but that's about it. And does my physique have a limit? Su Jiechi narrowed her eyes at Yuan, and she spoke after a moment of silence. I don't mind telling you, but only if you promise to join my faction once you reach the upper heavens. Your faction? What's that? Is it anything like a sect? Yuan asked. Allow me to explain. Senior Bai said, and he continued. Factions are similar to families, but you follow rules as though it's a sect, so it's something like a mixture of both. Also, there's no real obligation, so you can leave whenever you want. A mixture of families and sects? What is the purpose of a faction? Yuan then asked. Chapter 431 Celestial Overlords. Factions are essential in the upper heavens because without one, you will be vulnerable in a world where the majority of people have a faction. You may think immortals, even gods are invincible, but in the upper heavens where there are other immortals and gods, nobody is safe. Senior Bai explained to him. If you join a powerful faction, unless the other factions want to risk a war, they won't dare to touch you. Immortals, gods, even powerful sects, they all belong to a faction. Do you understand the importance of factions now? Senior Bai asked him. Yuan nodded. Yes, I understand. Now that you understand what factions are, what is your answer? Su Jiechi asked him again. My faction, the Celestial Overlords, is one of the most powerful factions in the entire 9 heavens with many peak experts and legendary figures. As long as you promise to join us, I will tell you everything I know about the heaven refining physique. However, if you refuse, I won't tell you anything, as you could be a potential threat to us in the future. Friend or foe you choose. The Celestial Overlords. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. He then turned to look at Senior Bai and asked him, Are you also part of the Celestial Overlords? Senior Bai nodded with a smile on his face. If Senior Bai is part of this faction, it should be fine if I join as well since he's a good person. Furthermore, I get to learn more about my physique. After pondering for a few moments, Yuan nodded and said, Okay, I will join the Celestial Overlords. A subtle smile appeared on Su Jiechi's face when she heard Yuan's words, but that smile quickly disappeared, and she said afterward, Then starting from this point forth, you are a member of the Celestial Overlords. Su Jiechi suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, somewhere in the upper heavens, a large jade tablet began glowing before a complex symbol emerged from the jade tablet. This symbol disappeared shortly after it emerged from the jade tablet, appearing on Su Jiechi's palms the next second. Su Jiechi showed Yuan this golden symbol and said, This is proof that you're part of the Celestial Overlords. You will be starting at the bottom of the ranks since you just joined. In order to raise your rank, you must contribute to the faction by doing good deeds and making a name for yourself. The ranks are as followed from the lowest to the highest: apprentice, warrior, captain, general, commander, overlord, and lastly Celestial Overlord. The higher your rank in the faction, the more authority and benefits you obtain. There are also rules you must follow as a member of the faction. 1. You cannot tarnish or damage our faction's reputation. 2. You must listen to those above your rank as long as it's a lawful order. 3. You cannot seriously harm or kill a fellow member of the faction. And lastly, you cannot betray the faction and its members. Of course, there are exceptions, but ultimately, it will be the higher-ups who will determine whether you will be punished or not. If you have any problems, whether it's about another member or something else, you can make an official complaint and we will hear you out. If you wish to leave the faction, you must also speak with someone at least 3 ranks above you. Do you have any questions so far? Su Jieqi asked him afterward. Yuan shook his head. Then accept this symbol if you're ready, and you'll officially become a member of the Celestial Overlords. Su Jieqi extended her arms, handing the symbol to Yuan. Yuan took a deep breath and reached for the golden symbol. The moment he touched the symbol, it entered his body and disappeared. Ding! You have unlocked factions. You have joined the faction. Celestial Overlords. Faction, Celestial Overlords. Faction rank, Apprentice. Welcome to the faction, Yuan. Senior Bai said to him with a smile. Thank you, Senior Bai. If you want to reveal your rank and show proof that you're with the Celestial Overlords for anyone that may ask you in the future, you can do so by doing this. Senior Bai flipped his palms, and the symbol Overlord appeared on it. Yuan followed Senior Bai's movements and flipped his palm while imagining his faction rank showing up. The symbol Apprentice appeared on his palm a second later. If you have any problems with the faction or one of its members, you can contact me through the myriad of techniques. There are little to no problems that I cannot solve with my rank. Of course, if anything, there is a Celestial Overlord over here. Senior Bai pointed at Su Jieqi with his gaze. By the way, this is a privilege that not everyone gets, so don't abuse it. I want. Yuan nodded. Su Jieqi then said, now that you're part of the faction, let me tell you about the heaven refining physique, at least everything I know about it. After taking a deep breath, she said, the heaven refining physique is a heaven-defying physique that, as you already know, allows you to consume monster cores, demon cores, and resources that normal people would not even dare to think about. And as far as I am aware, there have only been 2 other individuals who had the heaven refining physique before you. Of course, only one person can have this physique at a time, so the other 2 are most likely dead. 2 people. Yuan was surprised to hear this, as he was only aware of one. Su Jieqi nodded and said, one of them was the founder of the Demon Sealing clan, and the other was the founder of the Celestial Overlords. What? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. The person who created the faction Celestial Overlords also had the heaven refining physique? No wonder why Su Jieqi wanted him to join her faction. It turns out that his physique has a history within the faction, and it was a pretty significant one. Chapter 432 Supreme Heaven's Legacy. After revealing that the founder of their faction also had the heaven refining physique, Su Jieqi continued to speak. As you can already guess by now, both of these people that used to have the heaven refining physique had achieved great things in their life, so I am hoping you'd be the same. Yuan then asked, what about its limits? I have a few treasures with me that might help me reach Spirit King or above if I consume them, but I was told that my body would not be able to handle it, as I'd be gaining too much spiritual energy at once. There is a limit, Su Jieqi said, and she continued. The heaven refining physique merely allows you to consume things like monster cores and demon cores, but if you consume too much spiritual energy at once, your body will explode just like any other cultivator. It's just that your limit is higher than others, so don't overestimate yourself and consume only what you can endure. I see, Yuan mumbled, feeling relieved that had listened to Feng Yuxiang's advice and didn't consume the dragon ancestor's blood essence. Furthermore, once you reach Spirit King, your heaven refining physique will no longer work. Wait, what? Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he heard this. I mean, it will still work, but it won't be as effective. This is because you haven't unlocked the full potential of the heaven refining physique. Once you evolve it, you will be able to consume treasures above Spirit King. Heaven refining physique's full potential? How do I evolve a physique? I didn't even know that was possible. Su Jieqi shook her head and said, I don't know. The founder never really gave any details, But he once said that he had to evolve his physique before he could further improve his cultivation past Spirit King. The Heaven Refining physique is an extremely rare and unique physique. There is almost no information out there, but if it's anything like other physiques that can evolve, you'll have to temper your body with some sort of treasure. Temper my body. Okay, I will keep that in mind. I will try to look through some records to see if the founder had left some clues behind, but I cannot promise you anything. Senior Bai said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. If you go to the Demon Sealing clan, they might have some answer since their founder had the same physique, but it's going to be a challenge trying to approach them. Su Jiechi suddenly said. Though, since you have their founder's physique, maybe it'll be easier for you. Su Jiechi then asked. Do you have any more questions? Is there anything else I can consume besides monster cores and demon cores? Yuan then asked. Su Jiechi pondered before speaking. The founder usually consumes monster cores and demon cores, but I have seen him consume spirit stones at times. Obviously, cultivators don't normally consume spirit stones. Spirit stones, huh? Sometime later, Su Jiechi asked him. By the way, do you still have my ancient spirit jade? I do, but I don't have it on me. Do you want it back? Yuan said to her. You don't have it on you? Even though I told you to keep it close to you? What if you lose it? That thing isn't cheap, you know. In fact, it's worth more than everything in the lower heavens combined. Su Jiechi quickly began lecturing him. It's okay, my friend is keeping it safe for me. Since she's much stronger than me, it's safer to let her protect it. You gave it to somebody. How can you be so trusting? I highly doubt this friend of yours won't take advantage of your kindness and steal it from you. She won't do that. We have been together since the beginning, and I trust her fully. Oh really? Who's this friend of yours and what's her background? Su Jiechi suddenly inquired about Xiao Hua. Her name is Xiao Hua, but I don't really know her background. Su Jiechi coldly snorted after hearing this and said, How can you trust somebody when you don't even know their background? Laughable. And judging from your aura right now, you can kill even a spirit lord with some effort. As if there's someone stronger than you in the lower heavens. It's true. She's a spirit king. Spirit king? How can there possibly be a spirit king in the lower heavens? Su Jiechi frowned. I think it has something to do with her legacy, but she never told me the details. Though she did tell me that her mission was to bring me to the supreme heavens. The supreme heavens. The frown on Su Jiechi's face grew deeper, and she spoke after a moment of silence. The legacy your friend has. Is it the supreme heavens legacy? You know about her legacy? Yuan asked with a surprised look on his face. Su Jiechi suddenly sighed before rubbing her eyes. Even Senior Bai shook his head with a complicated expression on his face. I won't say too much since it's none of my business, but your friend. You should separate yourself from her as soon as possible. Why? Yuan was baffled by her warning. Because she's an exile. Su Jiechi said in a cold voice. An exile? What is? However, before Yuan could ask about it, he suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his chest. Yuan suddenly released a painful cry, startling Senior Bai and Su Jiechi. Hey, what happened? Su Jiechi asked him, but Yuan was no longer conscious. Seeing Yuan's body falling to the ground, Su Jiechi subconsciously reacted, and went to catch his body. Elder Bai. Su Jiechi suddenly shouted his name. Senior Bai quickly appeared beside her, and touched Yuan's forehead with his finger to examine his body. He's just unconscious. His body isn't harmed. Senior Bai said a moment later. What happened to him? I don't know. Let me examine his condition some more. While Senior Bai examined his condition, Yuan himself was completely unaware that he was unconscious. In fact, after experiencing the sudden pain, Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar place, almost like he had been teleported to somewhere. In this new place, the sky was dark and somewhat red with red lightning striking the ground every second. Yuan looked around, and to his surprise, even shock, there were bloodied corpses in every direction that piled up like mountains. It was a horrific sight that would terrify even the most cold-hearted cultivators in the world. However, for some reason Yuan didn't feel anything when he saw this bloody scene. Yuan lifted his arms when he realized that he was holding on to something in his hands. What the? Why am I holding this sword? Yuan was speechless when he realized that he had a sword that was still dripping with blood in his grasp. Suddenly, a loud roar that caused the place to tremble resounded behind him, causing Yuan to turn around. When Yuan turned around, he saw a person wearing clothes soaked in blood and a bloodied face flying at him. Yuan didn't recognize this person, but it was clear to him that this person was trying to harm him. And without thinking, almost as though his body reacted instinctively, Yuan swung his arm, slicing the man cleanly in half. The dead man's body fell onto the ground and immediately blended in with the environment that was littered with countless corpses. Chapter 433 Sea of Corpses and Blood. Pathetic Ants. A cold voice came from Yuan's mouth after killing the unknown attacker. Yet the voice didn't belong to Yuan. What is going on? Yuan wondered inwardly, as his situation was quite bizarre, but this isn't his first time being in this kind of situation, as he would have these dreams every once in a while after he unlocked his bloodline. However, the only difference was that these dreams would happen in the real world while he slept. This is the first time he's having one of these realistic dreams while playing. Furthermore, this dream was vastly different compared to his other dreams. It was much more bloody and more sinister in nature. Since this is a dream, does this mean I am actually unconscious right now? What bad timing. Yuan sighed. As much as he wanted to wake up from this dream, he knew that it was impossible to wake up by himself, as these dreams would not stop until he experiences all of it. Sometime later, the person Yuan was dreaming of suddenly flew off the ground and towards the darkened sky. Yuan looked down at the sea of corpses and blood beneath him, and he wondered what caused this carnage. Yuan continued to fly straight for many hours, and there would be someone attacking him every few minutes. Of course, these attackers were instantly slain by Yuan before they could even get close. A few hours later, Yuan stopped after he arrived in front of this floating temple that was the most magnificent building Yuan has ever seen, as it was so grand and luxurious that it made him speechless. However, right before he reached the doors, even more people surrounded him, and all of them appeared to be extremely powerful people. Hundreds, thousands, millions of people appeared out of the blue to surround him. Yuan could see the mouth of these people moving, yet he wasn't able to hear their voices for some reason. After a few minutes, these people flew at him with their weapons raised. Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. When he opened his eyes again, half of the people surrounding him had disappeared, and thousands of lifeless bodies could be seen falling to the ground. Those that were still alive held terrified expressions on their faces, almost like they were looking at the devil himself. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the distance. This light flew in their direction and stopped a few miles away from Yuan. The light began disappearing once it stopped moving, revealing a few figures inside. However, right as Yuan turned to look at these newcomers' faces, his vision turned black, and he could hear familiar voices coming from beside him. Meanwhile, back at Senior Bei's world, after examining Yuan's body, he said, "There's really nothing wrong with his body, but for some odd reason, his symbol is emitting this aura I have never seen before." Aura? Let me see it. Su Jiechi pulled the celestial overlord symbol out of Yuan's body to inspect it. It's reacting to his body, but even I don't know why it's doing this. Su Jiechi said after a moment of silence. It was at this moment Yuan began opening his eyes. Even though he had spent a couple of hours inside his dream, only a few minutes have passed since he lost consciousness. "Yuan, are you okay?" Senior Bai asked him after noticing that he was waking up. "Yes, I am okay. What happened just now?" Su Jiechi then asked. "I don't know. I felt this pain in my body and then I began having this weird dream the next moment," he said after sitting up. "Don't worry, I have these dreams often." "Dreams?" Su Jiechi raised her eyebrow, yet she didn't think too much of it. "Anyways, as long as you're okay." Sometime later, once they were certain Yuan was fine, Su Jiechi said, "It's about time we return." And she continued, "As for the ancient spirit jade, you can keep it. It's a gift for joining the faction." Yuan nodded. "Thank you for everything." I will try my best to contribute to the faction. I will send you out now. If you need to speak with me, you know where to go. Senior Bai said to Yuan before sending him to the portal. Once Yuan was gone, Senior Bai smiled and said, the others will be very jealous if they learn that you'd personally recruited someone, and he's even someone from the lower heavens. However, Su Jiechi didn't say anything and merely stood there in silence, seemingly in a daze. He reminds me of someone, she suddenly said. HM? Yuan. Who? Senior Bai asked. The founder. Senior Bai was dumbfounded after hearing this. Really? I have never met the founder, so I can't really say. What's similar between them? Their demeanor or aura? His eyes. Su Jiechi said, and she continued. The more I look at his eyes, the more I get this feeling. Sometime later, they returned to the table where the others were. You're finally back, one of them said when they saw their return. Did something happen? Senior Bai asked them after noticing the weird atmosphere. You didn't feel that just now? Where did the two of you go? Another one said. What happened? Su Jiechi asked them in a solemn voice. The entire world shook for a good minute just now. What? Senior Bai's eyes widened. The ninth heaven shook? Su Jiechi was also surprised to hear this. Yeah. Hopefully, it's nothing to be worried about. The last time the ninth heaven shook, the first celestial emperor was murdered. Senior Bai said. The place turned silent after Senior Bai said such a sentence. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the myriad of techniques after leaving Senior Bai's world. When the guards saw him return safely, they both released a sigh of relief, as it meant that they get to keep their job and life. A few minutes later, Yuan returned to the first floor where everyone was waiting. Chapter 434 Spirit Severing Scripture. Welcome back, Yuan. The first person to notice his presence was Zhu Yueying. How was your visit with my master? It went better than I'd expected, he said. That's great to hear. Anyways, I gave your friend the perfect cultivation technique, but if you need anything else, just let me know. Really? How much will it cost? Yuan asked, expecting to pay for it. My master said it's for free, so you don't have to pay a single gold. Free again? I kind of feel bad now. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face. Don't worry about it. My master has plenty of techniques, and it's only a divine rank technique. If he cannot afford to give away techniques, he wouldn't be doing it in the first place. All right. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan and the others prepared to leave the myriad of techniques. See you again next time, Yuan. Though, I will be replaced in a few weeks, so I might not be able to see you until you reach the fifth heaven. The fifth heaven? Yuan asked. There are 9 heavens, and the place you're at right now is the first heaven, also known as the lower heavens. I see. But that might take a while. It's okay. I can wait, Zhu Yueying said with a bright smile on her face. A few minutes later, Yuan and the others left the store, and they returned to Longchen City. What are we going to do now, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Let's find a place where Meixiu can cultivate in peace, he said. Is there a cultivator's haven in this city? I think so. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Okay, let's go. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying returned to his body to make traveling more convenient, but Xiaohua decided to stay with Yuan and Meixiu. Are you okay, brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him when she noticed him staring at her. Yes, I am fine. Yuan nodded. Although Su Jiechi warned him about Xiaohua, even telling him to separate from her, he still trusted her. An exile, huh? I never got to ask them about it. Though it doesn't matter. Xiaohua is still Xiaohua no matter what background she has. Yuan thought to himself. Sometime later, Yuan asked the pedestrians about the cultivator's haven. Once he had the directions, they began making their way towards the place. About half an hour later, they arrived before a tall building that looked very familiar to Yuan, as the place resembled the one in Spring City. Welcome to Cultivator's Haven. How may I help you today? A pretty lady asked them from behind the desk. I'd like to borrow one room from the highest floor for 7 days, Yuan said to her. You seem like you've been with us before. Do you have a key? The worker asked him. No, I don't. That's okay, we can give you a new one. For 7 days, it will cost you 7,000 gold coins. It was at this moment Yuan realized that he had no money besides the spirit stones given to him by Shimeli. Actually, can you make it 10 days instead of 7? I will pay with a spirit stone. It is worth 10,000 gold, right? Spirit stones? If you pay with spirit stones, you get bonus time, so you'll actually get 15 days instead of 10. That sounds great. Yuan nodded and handed one spirit stone to the worker behind the desk. After accepting the spirit stone, the lady went to the back to prepare his key. A few minutes later, she returned with the key and handed it to him. Once they had the key, Yuan went upstairs with the others until they reached the top floor. How do I cultivate this technique? I have never cultivated before. Meixiu asked him after they entered the room. You basically read whatever is in the technique and recite it until you comprehend the technique. Once you comprehend it, you can practice it and begin absorbing the spiritual energy in the air and cultivate. Okay. Meixiu then took a seat in the middle of the room and opened the scroll in her hands. Spirit severing scripture? It has the same name as my physique. Meixiu mumbled. It was no wonder Zhu Yueying picked this cultivation technique for her, as the technique seemed like it was literally created for her physique. Meixiu began to read the scripture. Although the words were foreign and she has never seen them before, Meixiu was able to comprehend the words for some reason and read the scripture without a problem. And a few minutes later, after reading through the spirit-severing scripture just once, a notification appeared before Meixiu. Ding. You have learned spirit-severing scripture. Spirit-severing scripture. Rank: Divine. Mastery level: 1. Description: absorbs 5 chi per second. If used during spirit form, you will absorb 50 chi per second instead. Once she learned the cultivation technique, Meixiu closed her eyes and began reciting the technique inside her mind. Soon her breathing patterns changed. You have cultivated for the first time, unlocking chi experience. Due to chi gathering array, your chi absorption rate has increased slight. 5/5 000, 12/5 000, 17/5 000, 24/5 000. In just a couple of minutes after Meixiu started cultivating, she reached her first breakthrough. You have succeeded in breaking through your mortal shackles, becoming a spirit apprentice. Physical strength, physical defense plus 75. Mental strength, mental defense plus 150. Name: Meixiu. Cultivation. First level spirit apprentice legacy. None bloodline. None physique. Spirit severing physique. Physical strength: 157. Mental strength: 1870. Soul strength: 555. Physical defense: 109. Mental defense: 300. Inch. Wow, she made a breakthrough already? That was faster than I'd expected. This cultivation technique was definitely made for her. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he saw Meixiu absorbing spiritual energy after a single read, and breaking through mere minutes after she started cultivating. Although she was assisted by the chi gathering array in the cultivator's haven, Meixiu still managed to break through faster than Yuan when he first started cultivating. Chapter 435. Meixiu's cultivation. Yuan, I had a breakthrough. Meixiu stopped cultivating and said to him with a slightly excited feeling in her chest. I noticed. Congratulations on becoming a cultivator. Yuan said with a smile. What do I do now? She then asked. You continue to cultivate, I guess. When should I stop? Whenever you like or feel like the progress is starting to slow down significantly. I understand. I will try to cultivate some more. Meixiu nodded and returned to her cultivation. She's probably the most talented person behind Brother Yuan that Xiao has seen in the lower heavens, not including the divine beasts. Xiao said sometime after Meixiu continued her cultivation. This is the first time I've seen you approve of someone, Yuan said with a smile. Xiao nodded silently. About 5 hours later, Meixiu reached the 4th level spirit apprentice. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 2nd level spirit apprentice. Physical strength, physical defense plus 100. Mental strength, mental defense plus 175. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 3rd level spirit apprentice. physical strength, physical defense plus 125, mental strength, mental defense plus 200. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 4th level Spirit Apprentice. Physical strength, physical defense plus 150, mental strength, mental defense plus 225. How long have I been cultivating? Meixiu asked him after she lost track of time. About 5 hours, Yuan said after he looked at the time left on the key. 5 hours. Meixiu was surprised to hear that so much time had passed because it didn't feel that long for her. If you want to continue cultivating, I don't mind. We don't really have anything else planned anyway. Yuan said to her. Meixiu nodded. Okay. I will continue to cultivate for some more, or until Yuro calls us to play, but let me cook dinner first. Let's leave this room first before we log off so that we don't waste our limited time, Yuan said. See you later, Xiao. Yuan said to her before they logged off the game. Once they left the game, Meixiu went to prepare for dinner whilst Yuan cultivated in the real world. After dinner, Meixiu helped Yuan take a quick shower. Sometime later, Meixiu sat on her bed and tried to cultivate the spirit-severing scripture. However, she was unable to succeed in just a few minutes. Yuan, are you awake? Meixiu knocked on his door after seeing no progress, hoping he'd have some advice for her. I'm still up. Yuan's voice resounded a moment later. I am having trouble with my cultivation, she said. What do you need help with? There's very little I can do to help you in this world, unfortunately. I am trying to use the spirit-severing scripture, but every time I try to recall it, it's like I cannot remember it, she said. Oh, that is probably because you've only just learned the technique today. Try cultivating the technique inside Cultivation online for a few more days. Yuan advised her. Okay. Meixiu returned to her room shortly after, and went back inside Cultivation online to continue cultivating for the rest of the night. In the morning, she stopped cultivating to cook breakfast for Yuan. After breakfast, they both entered the game together. I managed to reach the 5th level last night. It's taking much longer to break through with each level, Meixiu said to him. Although it only took her 5 hours to reach the 4th level, it took her the entire night, 8 hours of straight cultivation to reach the next level. Of course, her progression was still much faster than most of the players in Cultivation online at this moment. Haha, welcome to Cultivation, Meixiu. Once you reach my level, it'll take you days if not weeks to increase even a single level. Yuan laughed. Xiao looked at him and said, and if Brother Yuan was an ordinary cultivator, it'd take him 100 times longer. Sometime later, Yuan asked Meixiu, you're going to continue cultivating, right? Yes. Then I'll go check out the restaurants in the meantime unless you want to come as well. It's okay. I will stay here to cultivate, Meixiu said. All right. Have fun. I'll be back in a few hours. Thus, Yuan left the cultivator's haven with Xiao while Meixiu stayed behind to cultivate. What do you want to eat today, Xiao? Yuan asked her. Anything Brother Yuan wants, she responded almost immediately. What about Feng and Ying? Anything specific that you two would like to eat? Yuan asked them next. All up to you, young master. It also doesn't matter to me what we eat, Lan Ying said. Okay. Guess I will just look around and see what's available. Thus, Yuan began walking around the city until he found a decent restaurant. Once they decided to eat there, Feng Yuxiang and Lan Ying appeared so they could eat as well. Welcome to Lotus Gourmet, esteemed guests. The receptionist was startled by Feng Yuxiang and Lan Ying's beauty, not to mention the noble-like aura around Yuan and Xiao. It was not just the receptionist. Everyone in the store seemingly froze when they noticed their group's presence. Almost like they were looking at royalty. 4 of us, Yuan said to the receptionist. Are right away. The receptionist brought them straight to the best table in the restaurant inside a private room. I will be here whenever you need me, the receptionist said to them. Yuan began looking through the menu, but before he could even finish the menu he placed it down and said, let me just get everything on the menu. Everything? The receptionist looked at him with wide eyes. There were at least 200 dishes on the menu, and with only 4 people in their group, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to finish it. However, the receptionist didn't say anything and nodded with a smile on his face. Right away, esteemed guests. Chapter 436. I found us something even better. About 15 minutes after Yuan ordered the entire menu, the workers returned with dishes in their hands. Allow me to welcome you all to the Lotus Gourmet once again, esteemed guests. I am the manager of this place. If there's anything you need from us, just let us know. Although none of the workers there recognized Yuan and the other's identity, it was clear as day that they were important people just by their noble appearance, not to mention their unfathomable aura. While the workers were not cultivators, the manager was a peak spirit apprentice, and he could feel an invisible aura that made him feel like he was lacking air whenever he got close to Yuan's group. Unbeknownst to him, they were all above Spirit Master. If had known that, the manager would probably be speaking on his knees right now. The moment the dishes were placed on the table, Yuan began moving his hands and mouth. Xiao Hua and the others were used to Yuan's eating habits by now, so they didn't react when they saw him gobbling down the food like a food monster. The workers, however, had never seen anything like this before and were greatly shocked by the speed at which the food was disappearing from the table. Not even a minute after the dish was placed on the table, it would be cleared out by Yuan, who didn't even need to look at the dish, as he was subconsciously using divine sense. Of course, Yuan made sure to leave some food for the others, and he would eventually slow down his consumption speed. About half an hour into their meal, Yuan could suddenly hear a small commotion coming from the outside. What? You don't have your best room available? Then make it available. Do you know who we are? An arrogant voice resounded. When Yuan heard this voice, his eyebrows raised, as it sounded very familiar for some reason. A few moments later, Yuan could hear heavy footsteps approaching their private room. I don't care who's eating in here right now, scram for me. The Du family will be eating here now. A young man with an arrogant look appeared and forcefully opened the door before walking inside while shouting. However, when this young man noticed the beauties sitting around the table, he immediately stopped talking and stared at them with a dazed look on his face. Since Yuan had his back facing the door, the loud young man didn't notice Yuan's presence at first. It was at this moment Yuan turned around to look at the young man. Indeed, he was one of the Du brothers that Yuan had an altercation with shortly after he became a spirit warrior. Young Master Dubai, please slow down. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind him, and it was the spirit master that was in charge of protecting the Du brothers. The spirit master's gaze subconsciously turned to look at Xiao Hua for some reason, and when he saw her cute and innocent face, he jumped back and said, "W, what are you doing here? Why are you shouting like that? Who is?" It was at this moment Dubai snapped out of his daze and turned to look at Xiao Hua and Yuan. "Why, you're that bastard from the auction house. What are you doing here?" Dubai finally recognized Yuan. "As you can see, I am eating here. At least I was until you came barging in here. What do you want?" Yuan said to him with a frown on his face. Did he not learn his lesson from their previous confrontation? Dubai suddenly pointed at Yuan and laughed with an ugly smile on his face. "Ha ha ha. I have been looking everywhere for you, you damn bastard. Did you think I would forget about you or that humiliation I experienced on that day? Not a chance. My parents will be here any minute now, and when they do, I will make you regret ever being born." Then Dubai pointed at Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying. "I don't know who you are, but you should follow me starting today instead of this loser. My Du family is a top family in the lower heavens. My parents are also spirit masters." "The Du family, huh?" Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a nonchalant manner. A moment later, Du Hai, Du Bei's brother, entered the restaurant alongside a pair of couples and two other families and their children. "Du Hai, come look at what we have here," Dubai shouted to him. "What is it? I know you want to reserve the seats, but did you have to run all the way here?" Du Hai sighed as he approached the private room. His eyes widened when he saw Yuan's handsome face. "It's you. Are you two looking for a beating again?" Yuan said to them after wiping his hands and mouth with a wet cloth. "Ha ha ha. Beat us. I would love to see you try." The Du brothers stood there with their chests proudly puffed. "What's going on here? Where are our seats, Dubai?" A middle-aged man suddenly approached them from behind, and the others soon followed. Father, I found us something even better. Do you remember that time we went to an auction house and returned with a bruised body? This is the bastard that assaulted us on that day. We finally found him. Du Bai ran to his father before pointing at Yuan. What? The Du brothers' father and the others there turned to look at Yuan and his table. However, their eyes didn't linger on Yuan for more than a second because something else had caught their attention. The beautiful young woman sitting across from Yuan. And Madame Feng? What are you doing here? The middle-aged man exclaimed in a shocked voice when he saw Feng Yuxiang sitting there with a frown on her face. Du Wei, you dare come in here and question me when your children disturbed my peace and even worse, insulted my young master? Are you looking to die today? Feng Yuxiang said to him in a cold voice before standing up and glaring at them in an oppressive manner, sending shivers down their spine. Chapter 437 Decisive Action. Du Wei, the head of the Du family and also the Du brothers' father, was shocked speechless after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, but he still hasn't been able to comprehend the situation because everything had happened too fast. How did his children offend Madame Feng, the #1 expert in Phoenix City? And more importantly, who is this young master that Feng Yuxiang was talking about? This is the first time he has heard of Feng Yuxiang addressing someone in such a respectful manner. Meanwhile, the other two families that had followed the Du family to this restaurant were already regretting their decision, as they were potentially in jeopardy because of the Du family. What the hell is going on here, Du Wei? I thought you brought us here for a business meeting. If you're doing this to purposefully damage our family's reputation, this means war. One of them said to him. Wait. I also don't know what's going on here. Du Bai, Du Hai, explain yourselves. Du Wei immediately turned to his sons for answers. However, the Du brothers didn't know of Madame Feng, or why their father was angry at them. What? We didn't do anything. He's the one who's wrong. He's the one we have been looking for. That person who insulted our Du family and assaulted us. You said that you'd take care of him once we find him. Du Bai said as he pointed at Yuan. Du Wei turned to look at Yuan, who was emitting the aura of a spirit grandmaster, his heart trembling with shock and disbelief. A spirit grandmaster had assaulted the Du brothers? If that was the case, they wouldn't even be alive. Furthermore, he didn't even recognize this spirit grandmaster. You told me that he was a spirit warrior, and that had attacked you only because you were from the Du family. You mentioned nothing about a spirit grandmaster. As if a spirit grandmaster would go out of his way to bully you idiots if you didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Du Wei shouted at them, feeling a headache coming. What? Spirit grandmaster? The Du brothers were shocked upon hearing this. They were certain that Yuan was a spirit warrior when they fought. How did he suddenly become a spirit grandmaster in such a short time when they have only managed to increase their own cultivation base by a single level? Regardless of what happened between my young master and your children in the past, it's clear who's in the wrong right now. We were having a peaceful meal, yet they came in here barking like wild dogs, disturbing our peace. Even worse, had insulted my young master while telling me to follow him like some kind of servant. Is the Du family asking me, Feng Yuxiang, to lower my head and become a servant of the Du family? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a cold voice. The Du family does not dare. Du Wei quickly said. Then he turned to look at his sons with an enraged expression. Get on your knees and apologize to Madame Feng and everyone here. I will personally take care of you two once we get back to the house. What? But, Du Bai wanted to say that this wasn't his fault, but before he could even speak, Du Wei flicked his arm and slapped Du Bai in the face. Get on your knees and apologize. Du Wei repeated. Du Bai laid on the floor with disbelief on his face. This is the first time his father had hit him. When Du Hai saw his brother getting hit, he knew this was serious and he quickly kneeled on the ground before Yuan and the others. I apologize for everything. Please forgive me. Du Bai followed his brother a moment later and kneeled beside Du Hai. I apologize. Du Bai spoke in a forceful voice, clearly unwilling to apologize. However, when Du Wei saw this, he suddenly extended his arms with an open palm, striking Du Bai in the back the next moment. Du Bai released a painful cry before coughing up a mouthful of blood, feeling the cultivation inside his dantian escaping his body. In a single and decisive strike, Du Wei had crippled his own son's cultivation. Du Hai was shocked when he saw this, and he turned to look at his father with a fearful look on his face. Father, Du Bai also stared at him in shock. Du Wei ignored them and turned to look at Feng Yuxiang before bowing to her. If that wasn't enough, I am willing to kill him. Please spare the Du family, Madame Feng. Feng Yuxiang was not really that surprised by Du Wei's actions. If this was before she began following Yuan, she might have even wanted Du Bai's head. However, now that she's following Yuan and knowing his character, she knew that he wouldn't let her kill the Du brothers. Thus, she turned to look at Yuan, who was standing there silently, clearly surprised by what had just occurred. Everything had happened so fast, and it ended before he could even react. Yuan said after a moment of silence, "There's no need to kill him. You have already done enough." Although he didn't show it on his face, Yuan was pretty appalled that Du Wei would go to such lengths to please another individual. He couldn't comprehend the idea of killing one's own son to make an apology. "My young master has spoken. You can now stop bothering us and scram." Feng Yuxiang then said, "Thank you for your mercy, Madame Feng and young master." Du Wei bowed to them again before turning to look at the spirit master working for their family. "Pick up the trash and let's go." After saying that, Du Wei left the restaurant with the others whilst the spirit master carried the Du brothers away like previously. "I deeply apologize for that just now, esteemed guests. Well, clean up the place immediately," the manager said to them. A worker came to clean the blood from the floor a few moments later. Once the room was clean again, the manager and the other workers left the room, leaving Yuan and the others alone. Chapter 438, The Right Choice. I think I've lost my appetite. Yuan sighed a few minutes after the Du family left the scene. "What's the matter, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him, even though she had an idea. "I cannot understand why he did that. Did he really have to cripple his own son to make an apology? He was even prepared to kill his own son." After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang opened her mouth and said, "Because he had to make a choice, his own son or his entire family. The cultivation world is a place where one can have their entire family destroyed because a mere servant had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. In Du Wei's mind, his family was in jeopardy because of his son's action. Therefore, in order to get rid of the problem, he decided to get rid of the one who caused the trouble in the first place. This is a very common thing in the cultivation world, young master. You shouldn't think too much about it. There are people out there who would be willing to take even their own life in order to please someone." Before Yuan could even respond to Feng Yuxiang, almost as though she could read his mind, Xiao said, "Brother Yuan, there are unreasonable people out there who would go to the extreme and slaughter an entire family because they didn't like the way a person looked at them. The upper heavens are filled with people like that." Yuan closed his mouth after hearing Xiaohua's words, as he was going to ask why someone would destroy an entire family over something so minor. "In my opinion, what Du Wei did was the right choice. He knew that he couldn't offend me, much less an unknown spirit grandmaster like you. Forget about me. The young master can destroy the entire Du family with his current prowess," Feng Yuxiang said. "But I wouldn't do something like that. Of course. We know the young master is a benevolent being. However, Du Wei didn't know that, and he wasn't going to risk his entire family just to find out." And she continued, "The Du family is a top family in the lower heavens for a reason. They know how to survive. In fact, every top family in the 9 heavens must first learn to survive. If they cannot do that, they would have long been destroyed." "I understand." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they decided to leave the restaurant. When Yuan tried to pay the bill, the manager politely refused their money and said that it was on the house. After learning that there were spirit grandmasters amongst them, the manager no longer dared to accept their money. After leaving the restaurant, Yuan wasn't sure what he should do, as had planned on eating at more than one restaurant before returning to Meixiu. However, with his appetite ruined, his plans also had to change. After pondering for some time, Yuan turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said to her, Feng, Can you train with me for a bit? Train? With the young master? Feng Yuxiang expressed surprise. He nodded and said, I have been using the movement technique you taught me for a while now, but I realized that I could only use it properly on the ground. In the air, I am very vulnerable, and I feel like working out a little after eating so much food. After what he experienced in the Shadow Realm, Yuan realized that he was having trouble dodging attacks while in the air. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, Young master, the movement technique is actually much more powerful when used in the air. After all, it's a technique meant for phoenixes. It's just that you haven't reached that level yet, so you can only use it on the ground. Let me see where you're at right now with the technique first. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to leave the city to find an empty area out in the wild where they can practice freely. It took about 10 minutes before they found the perfect spot. All right, young master, I am going to attack you and you're going to dodge it with the movement technique. I will start slow. Let me know when you're ready. Feng Yuxiang picked up a random stick on the ground and treated it like a sword. Yuan took a deep breath before nodding his head. I am ready. Here I come. Feng Yuxiang kicked her feet and instantly closed their distance. Then she swung the wooden stick in her grasp as though it was a sword. Yuan was surprised by Feng Yuxiang's speed at first, but he was able to dodge her strike perfectly. However, Feng Yuxiang didn't stop after the first strike, and continued to attack him with the wooden stick, increasing her speed and making more complex movements as time went on. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying watched them practice in the distance as spectators. Although Xiao Hua didn't show any reactions, Lan Yingying was greatly impressed by their practice, as this is her first time witnessing such intensive sparring. Of course, the one who was most surprised there was Feng Yuxiang. Heavens! How long has it been since he learned the movement technique? It took me years of practice to reach this stage. Yet it's only been a couple of weeks since he learned the technique. Furthermore, he probably achieved all of this while he was inside the mystic realm, because I have yet to see him practice this technique while I am with him. It took less than a minute before Feng Yuxiang realized how much Yuan had progressed with the technique, and she thought to herself, how interesting. Let me experience your talents firsthand, young master. A smile suddenly appeared on Feng Yuxiang's beautiful face, and her movement speed doubled the next moment. Whoa! Feng Yuxiang's sudden increase in speed caught Yuan off guard, allowing her to connect a hit on his body, but Yuan quickly adjusted himself and continued to dodge the next few attacks. However, Yuan was no longer dodging Feng Yuxiang's attacks with ease, and he quickly began to sweat. Feng, she's strong. Yuan cried inwardly. Chapter 439 Training with Feng Yuxiang. Yuan laid on the soft ground with his body covered in sweat while panting in an exhausted manner. They have only been training for about half an hour, but Yuan was already at his limit, feeling even more exhausted than when he fought many experts continuously at the ancient dragon city. Towards the end of their practice, Yuan was getting hit so often that Feng Yuxiang was practically landing every single hit on him. And even though Yuan made improvements to this movement technique, it was still not nearly enough to avoid Feng Yuxiang, who was always a step ahead of him. Are you finished already, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him with a completely calm appearance and not a single drop of sweat on her body, looking like she just took a stroll in the park. Feng, you're stronger than I thought, Yuan said to her. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Even with my cultivation suppressed, my techniques are as sharp as ever, she said. We should have a serious spar in the future, Feng. Even though training with you is fun, it's not satisfying enough. Yuan said as he sat up after resting enough. If you want to fight me, you should improve your movement technique even more, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Anyways, you have exceeded my expectations in terms of your progression with the movement technique. At this rate, you'll probably be able to start using the movement technique in the air in a few months. By the way, it took me a few hundred years to reach that level and many thousand more to master it. I look forward to that day. Yuan nodded. Feng Yuxiang then said, I also noticed something else during our training. Young master, you may be incredibly talented, learning everything at a rapid rate, but you still lack experience. Although your execution with the techniques is flawless, You're still amateurish in terms of actual combat, and that is not something you can easily learn even with your talents. Furthermore, the young master is used to one-shotting all of his opponents, so you're actually very weak in extended fights. What do you suggest, Feng? Yuan asked her, as he agreed with everything Shed just said. That's simple. We can spar with each other, and you don't have to worry about defeating me with a single hit, so you can somewhat go all out. Just don't use your dragon's gaze or that suppressing domain since that's basically cheating, Feng Yuxiang said. Of course, that is not to say you shouldn't use it during actual combat since it would be for the best if you finish the fight as soon as possible. However, for practice purposes, let's not use it. Okay. Yuan nodded. Yuan proceeded to spend the next hour recovering his energy. Once he was prepared to move again, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang continued to practice with each other. However, this time, Feng Yuxiang allowed Yuan to use his weapon, and Feng Yuxiang also retrieved a weapon of her own. Feng Yuxiang waved around the red sword in her hand casually and asked him, "Are you ready, young master?" "Yes." The moment Yuan nodded his head, Feng Yuxiang approached him and began attacking him with the sword. Yuan immediately used the Empyrean Overlord to block the attack, but Feng Yuxiang's strike suddenly changed directions and avoided his sword, almost like Shed anticipated it. Yuan was surprised and subconsciously used the movement technique to dodge her strike, barely avoiding it. Your reaction is quite admirable, but if you had more experience, you would have been able to block that attack without needing to avoid it with your body, Feng Yuxiang said as she sent the next attack. Once again, right as her sword was about to touch Yuan's blade, it seemingly disappeared from its location before appearing on the other side and flying straight at Yuan's neck. This time, Yuan managed to react properly and went to block it with the Empyrean Overlord. However, Feng Yuxiang's sword disappeared for a second time, and by the time Yuan realized this, it was already kissing his neck. Yuan swallowed nervously when he realized that he would have died if Feng Yuxiang didn't stop her attack at the last moment. Young master, there are some things you cannot overcome with pure strength. Before an experienced cultivator, you may not be at an advantage even if you have a higher cultivation base, Feng Yuxiang said to him as she retrieved the sword from his neck. Yuan was speechless. This is the first time he's felt so powerless before someone. Even though it was a spar, and he wasn't using his full strength, that was the same for Feng Yuxiang. After giving Yuan some time to prepare himself again, Feng Yuxiang began attacking him again. Ding, ding, ding. Feng Yuxiang didn't use her disappearing sword strikes without stopping and would purposefully let Yuan block her attacks at times, but whenever she would see an opening, she would use that to her advantage and corner Yuan in a decisive moment. In just 10 minutes of practice, Feng Yuxiang had killed Yuan over a dozen times. "Are you ready to give up yet, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him with a somewhat smug look on her beautiful face. "And not yet. Let's keep going." Yuan wiped the sweat off his face and prepared himself again. "That's what I like to hear." Yuan was so absorbed in his training with Feng Yuxiang that had completely forgotten about Meixiu. However, Meixiu was also absorbed in her cultivation, and they both missed dinner without even realizing it until it was already morning the next day. "Oh, I completely forgot to log off." Yuan panicked when he realized this, as it hasn't been long since his last mistake. Thus, Yuan logged off on the spot. However, when he realized that Meixiu also hadn't logged off, he returned to the game and then to the Cultivator's haven with the others. Chapter 440 Fierce Beauty. After returning to the Cultivator's haven, Yuan went straight to the top floor to see if Meixiu was still cultivating, and just as had expected, the door to her cultivation room was still closed shut. Although he wanted to go inside to make sure he didn't have the key, as it was inside the room with Meixiu. "I probably shouldn't disturb Meixiu if she's still cultivating, right?" Yuan asked Xiao. She nodded and said, "That would be very dangerous, as disturbing someone that's absorbed in cultivation could be harmful. There are even cases where some cultivators have been crippled after being disturbed during their breakthroughs. This is why cultivators must find a secure and peaceful place before they begin their cultivation." "Crippled? That's definitely not good. I guess we can only wait outside until she's done," Yuan said as he took a seat directly in front of the door to Meixiu's room. Unbeknownst to them, inside the room, Meixiu was actually experiencing enlightenment, hence why she became oblivious to the time. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed since Meixiu entered the Cultivator's haven. She's taking longer than I'd expected. It's already been 2 days. I hope she's fine inside. Yuan sighed, and he wondered inwardly, is this what Meixiu felt when I didn't come out of the game for 3 whole days? Now that I have experienced it for myself, it certainly doesn't feel good, and I don't blame her for worrying. If Brother Yuan is that worried, why don't you take a look inside with your divine sense? Xiao said to him in a calm voice, clearly aware of what was happening inside the room. Oh right. I forgot I could do that. Yuan immediately closed his eyes and activated his divine sense that penetrated the door and walls in the Cultivator's haven. Oh, I can see Meixiu. She looks fine to me. Yuan released a sigh of relief after seeing that she was perfectly fine inside. Wait, what's this weird aura around her? It feels familiar. Yuan suddenly noticed the unfathomable aura around Meixiu. She is currently experiencing enlightenment, said Xiao. Enlightenment? No wonder. Yuan mumbled. Now that he found out the reason for Meixiu's delay, Yuan no longer needed to use his divine sense. However, right as he prepared to retract his divine sense, for some reason, he looked inside the other 2 rooms that were occupied by someone else. One of them was a middle-aged man who emitted the aura of a peak spirit warrior. The other person was a young lady with a fairly unique appearance. Long hair that touched the ground, and a golden color made it look as though her silky hair was silk made of gold. Furthermore, she was wearing a pair of luxurious-looking robes, making it seem like she was royalty. However, what Yuan found the most interesting about this young lady was her cultivation base, or her lack of cultivation base. Despite being a spirit grandmaster, he was unable to see this young girl's cultivation base, and she looked to be around his age. Unless this young lady had a much higher cultivation base than him, which was unlikely, Yuan couldn't figure out why he couldn't see her cultivation base. Xiao, how come I cannot see that girl's cultivation base? He decided to ask the expert. Surely, a spirit king like Xiao would be able to see her cultivation base, right? Xiao used her divine sense to look at the person Yuan was talking about for a moment before speaking. That girl is using a cultivation technique to hide her cultivation base, and it's a fairly powerful one because even Xiao cannot see her cultivation base. Even you cannot see her cultivation base? Yuan was more surprised than Xiao herself, and he wondered whether this young lady was an NPC or a player like him. Suddenly, the mysterious young girl opened her eyelids, revealing a beautiful pair of azure-colored eyes, and she looked to the ceiling with a deep frown on her face, seemingly unhappy about something. She then stood up and proceeded to leave the room in heavy and angry steps. Once she was outside, she turned to look at Yuan before pointing at him and shouting, "Hey! I am trying to cultivate here. How dare you peek at me while I cultivate? Did your parents not teach you any manners?" Ah! Yuan was speechless when this fierce-looking beauty suddenly started yelling at him. "You're lucky I wasn't having a breakthrough, or I would have smashed your face in by now." The fierce beauty continued. "I apologize for peeking at you. My curiosity got the better of me," Yuan quickly said to her, as he recognized that he was wrong in this situation. "What a rude kid." The fierce lady suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence, and her eyes widened in a surprised manner. "Now that I look at you closely, why are you emitting the aura of a dragon? Are you a dragon?" The fierce beauty suddenly asked him. "No, I am not." Yuan shook his head. "Then why? Forget it. If you dare peek at me again, I will smash your skull," the fierce beauty said to him before returning to her room and closing it shut. "I have never seen anyone as fierce as her before," Yuan mumbled after she left. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded. "Young master, that young lady, she's from one of the 4 ancient families." "What? Really? How can you tell?" Yuan asked her. "Her clothes. I have met with people from the 4 ancient families before, so I know a little about them, and judging by that young lattice clothes, she belongs to the Azure Dragon family," Feng Yuxiang explained. "Azure Dragon family? Are they anything like the dragons in the ancient dragon city? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Well, I don't know anything about the ancient dragon city, but judging by what you told us about them, they should be real dragons. The Azure Dragon family, however, are not really dragons. Instead, they are half-dragons. Feng Yuxiang said. Half-dragons? What's the difference? Yuan continued to ask. Chapter 441 For Ancient Families. Someone who is a half-dragon is usually a human with dragon blood mixed within their blood. They're not really dragons, but they have the power of dragons. Feng Yuxiang explained to him. I see. That explains her unique appearance. A half-dragon, huh? Does this mean there are also half-phoenixes and half-serpents out there as well? Yuan then asked. That's correct. Feng Yuxiang said. By the way, you said the 4 ancient families, right? I remember hearing about them at the Dragon Essence Temple. How do they differ from the 7 legacy families? Yuan continued to ask, as he found these powerful families that have existed for thousands of years to be very interesting. Yes, they're similar to the 7 legacy families in the way that they're only branches of the main family somewhere in the upper heavens. However, compared to the 7 legacy families, the 4 ancient families are far superior in terms of prowess and influence in the 9 heavens. While the 7 legacy families would have at most 2 or 3 spirit grandmasters in each family, the 4 ancient families have at least 7 spirit grandmasters in each family. Furthermore, they have near inexhaustible resources compared to the 7 legacy families. However, unlike the 7 legacy families that enjoy being in the spotlight, the 4 ancient families are very secluded and private. They won't make an appearance unless absolutely necessary. Then what is someone from the 4 ancient families doing in this place? Yuan then asked. She's probably doing her trial. Trial? Members of the 4 ancient families are required to leave the family after they reach a certain age to go on a trial. The trial differs from person to person, but if they are unable to pass the trial in 10 years, they are forced to leave the family, and their cultivation will be crippled before they leave. However, if they pass the trial, they will be allowed to ascend to the next world. Crippled and forced to leave the family if they fail the trial? That's even stricter than the 7 legacy families. Yuan was speechless upon hearing this, and he wondered why there are so many families like this in the cultivation world. It was at this moment the door behind him suddenly opened, and Meixiu came running outside in a panicked manner. Yuan. Meixiu didn't expect Yuan to be sitting right in front of the door, and fell on top of him. Are you okay? Yuan said to her, who was on top of him, and he could feel 2 round and soft sensations pressing against his body. Meixiu quickly got off his body, and stood up with a flushed face. Looks like you're finally done with your cultivation. It's been 2 days, you know? Yuan said to her in a calm manner. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened, but it didn't feel that long when I was cultivating. I thought only a couple of hours had passed at most. Meixiu's habits as a servant kicked in, causing her to lower her body until she was bowing to Yuan. It's okay, Meixiu. What you experienced is called enlightenment. You easily lose track of time when you're in that state, so I don't blame you. It also happened to me before, so we can call it even with this. Yuan said with a smile on his face. When Meixiu got out of her enlightenment and saw how much time she had left in the room, she almost thought that she was dreaming, so she logged off to see the time. And sure enough, 2 whole days have passed since she started cultivating. In other words, she didn't cook food for 2 straight days, leaving Yuan to starve. This is definitely the biggest blunder she has made in her entire life thus far. Sometime later, they logged off once Meixiu calmed down. After cooking the meal, she went to Yuan's room while still feeling guilty. I'm sorry, Yuan. She apologized to him again as she fed him the food. Don't worry about it, Yuan said. Cultivation. It's dangerous. Especially if this happens again. Meixiu sighed in a worried voice. I don't think you have to worry about that since enlightenment doesn't happen often. I heard that some people even live their whole life without experiencing enlightenment a single time. And those who have already experienced enlightenment most likely won't experience it again. Yuan explained to her. Is that so? Meixiu was relieved to hear this. What cultivation are you now after 2 whole days of cultivation? Yuan asked her a moment later. 9th level Spirit Apprentice, she said. Peak Spirit Apprentice already? Yuan was surprised by her progress. Are you going to try cultivating in the real world now? You might be able to do it since you have plenty of experience now. I will try later. And she continued, by the way, how do you improve soul strength? Soul strength? Doesn't it increase as you improve your cultivation? Yuan said as he would get soul strength alongside other stats every time he had a breakthrough. Although the other stats have improved, my soul strength hasn't increased since I started cultivation, and I was just wondering if it requires a special method to train that, Meixiu said. Well, I know that you can improve your soul strength with soul techniques and treasures, but I'm not sure why your soul strength isn't increasing. Maybe it has something to do with your physique? We can ask Xiao and the others tomorrow. Okay. Sometime later, after they finished their meal, Meixiu went to her room and tried to cultivate. As for Yuan, he also started cultivating. Inside her room, Meixiu sat in the lotus position on the floor since the bed was soft and uneven, and she was used to cultivating on a hard surface. After taking a deep breath and clearing her mind, Meixiu began reciting the spirit-severing technique inside her head, and to her surprise, she was able to remember the technique very easily, unlike previously when she couldn't even recall the technique no matter how much she tried. Chapter 442 Increase in Crime and Violence. When Meixiu began cultivating, a small wind picked up in her room despite the closed window, and it swirled around her as though it was trying to communicate with her. About an hour later, Meixiu felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, almost as though she just took a cool bath on a burning day. It felt just like when she first became a cultivator but it also felt much more intense. I am a cultivator now? Meixiu looked at her own hands. Besides feeling more energetic than before, there wasn't much change to her body. Meixiu stood up before taking out some dumbbells from underneath her bed. Because she has to carry Yuan whenever he needs to leave the bed or go somewhere, Meixiu has to keep herself in shape, so that she would be able to lift Yuan without any trouble. Not to mention that it was also physically taxing to be a servant of the Yu family. Meixiu began picking up the weights to test her new profound strength, and to her surprise, she could barely feel the weight of the dumbbells, almost like she was picking up feathers. Even the 20 kilograms dumbbell feels as light as a broom. Meixiu tossed the dumbbell in the air as though it was nothing. Meixiu felt the urge to tell Yuan that she had succeeded in her cultivation and became a cultivator, but she didn't want to disturb him, so she decided to wait until tomorrow during breakfast. Sometime later, Meixiu returned to sitting on the floor and continued to cultivate some more. Although it took her only a couple of hours to break through multiple times that was not the case in the real world. Perhaps it was due to a lack of spiritual energy in the air, or perhaps it's because the cultivation techniques are not as effective in the real world, but it was clear that she would not be able to replicate her cultivation speed in the real world. The following morning, Meixiu revealed to Yuan about her breakthrough during breakfast. Really? Congratulations, Meixiu. It had taken me a couple of weeks before I could become a cultivator, so you're already ahead of me in that sense. Yuan said to her. Thank you. What are you going to do now, Meixiu? Yuan asked her. I'm going to spend a couple of days cultivating in the real world to catch up with everyone, she said. And she continued, I just saw the news. There has been a rise in crimes and violence ever since the world learned that cultivation is real. It would be dangerous if I go out there without being prepared. What? A rise in crimes and violence? That doesn't sound good at all. What's happening out there? Yuan asked. Too many things, to be honest. Meixiu sighed. The most notable change would be how the government plans on dealing with cultivation and cultivators. With the existence of cultivators, the government has decided to step in to regulate it. If you become a cultivator, you will have to register as a cultivator in some database. We don't have to worry about that for now since they are still preparing for it, but it will soon become a law that all cultivators must register as one or they'll be fined or even jailed, as the government wants to keep track of the number of cultivators in the world. They also plan on making sure that only qualified people are able to cultivate because they don't want some people to have too much power, especially the bad people. It's only been a couple of days since people started cultivating, and violence has already gone up by a lot. One can only imagine what will happen a month from now when there are even more cultivators. I see. It makes sense to regulate cultivation since it would definitely be bad if the violent and unreasonable ones become cultivators and start abusing their power. I have already experienced this in Cultivation Online, and it's not a pleasant experience, Yuan said. It's impossible for the government to stop everyone from cultivating since Cultivation Online is already widespread with billions of active players. It's not like they can stop everyone from playing the game, either. Meixiu then said. Anything else besides the government regulating cultivation? Yuan asked a moment later. Yes. This may come as a surprise, but there are already people creating cultivation schools that are dedicated to people who wish to study cultivation or become a cultivator, she said. What? Cultivation schools? Like sects? Yuan was speechless. It hasn't been long since people started cultivating, and there are already people creating sects? Yes, and the schools will provide cultivation techniques to all students. Of course, it won't be for free. That's interesting. Yuan said. Interesting? You're interested in these cultivation schools? Meixiu asked him. Of course. I wonder how they'll differ from the sects in Cultivation Online. A few moments later, Meixiu continued. Oh, influential families around the world are also recruiting talented cultivators. They are not only giving away a large amount of money, but they also promise those who join Earth-rank cultivation techniques. Some are even offering Heaven-rank cultivation techniques. Not only schools but even other families are recruiting cultivators. The world adapted to cultivation quicker than ID expected. Yuan mumbled, and he wondered if the Yu family was also recruiting cultivators. Sometime later, Meixiu returned to her own room whilst Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. However, Yuan didn't stay inside the game for long, as he only went inside to let Xiao and the others know that he won't be returning for a while. After all, even if they are NPCs, Yuan didn't want them to worry about him if he doesn't show up for a few days or even weeks so that he could focus on cultivation in the real world. The world is changing much quicker than ID initially thought. I must also quickly recover so that I can be there for Yuro and Meixiu if anything ever happens to them. With this in mind, Yuan took a deep breath and began absorbing the spiritual energy in the world. Chapter 443 The Future of the Yu Family. After eating dinner and brushing her teeth, Yuro returned to her own room to spend the rest of the night cultivating. The following morning, right before sunrise, Yuro experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation, reaching second-level Spirit Apprentice. I haven't slept for a few days now, yet I don't even feel tired or sleepy. Cultivation is such a miraculous thing. Yuro sighed to herself afterward. I wonder how Meixiu and brother are doing. They should be awake now for breakfast. Yuro decided to call them on her phone. Hello. Meixiu answered the phone after 3 rings. How's it going, Meixiu? Have you started cultivating yet? I just reached the second level, but it took longer than ID expected, at least compared to. Yes, I have also started to cultivate a few days ago. Meixiu's voice resounded from the phone. Really? Congratulations, Yuro said. And she asked, also you're with brother Tianin, right? What are you two doing right now? We have decided to take a break from to focus on cultivation in the real world, Meixiu said. Really? Yes. With the increased crime and violence because of the cultivation thing, I have decided to spend some extra time preparing myself for the future, Meixiu said. Yuro was speechless after hearing this, and she mumbled in a low voice. Now that you mention it, you are right. I didn't really think too much about it when I saw the news, but it looks like I should probably prepare myself just in case things get much worse. Anyways, since you two are busy with cultivation, I won't bother you too much. Just call me when you are finished so that we can play together okay? It's been a while since I have seen you two after all. Okay. I will call you when we plan on playing again, Meixiu said. After hanging up the phone, Yuro proceeded to call Xiao. I hope I'm not bothering your cultivation, Yuro said after Xiao picked up the phone. Not at all. How's your cultivation going? Have you reached the second level yet? No, I haven't. What about you? Yes, I just reached it not long ago. Wow. Congratulations, Sister Ro. There aren't many people who have reached the second level. You're definitely a cultivation genius. Most of my friends are just entering the first level, yet you're already at the second level. I think I still need at least another week or two before I can reach the second level. Cultivation genius, huh? A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuro's face. If she was considered a cultivation genius for reaching the second level in a week, what would her brother Yuxiang, who has already reached Spirit Warrior, be considered? A cultivation god? By the way, Sister Ro, have you heard about the cultivation schools and the cultivation factions? Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. My parents have already begun creating a faction for our family. They have also spent a couple of billions recently to acquire a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Yuro said. Heavens! Your family already has a heaven-rank cultivation technique? My family was only able to acquire an earth-rank cultivation technique. Xiao disappointed voice resounded. And she continued. This makes me wonder if there is anyone out there with a divine rank cultivation technique. Yuro chuckled and said, Divine rank cultivation techniques are simply too rare in the lower heavens. We'll probably have to ascend to spirit heaven before we can even start thinking about divine grade techniques. Oh yeah? I am willing to bet player Yuan has a divine rank cultivation technique. Xiao suddenly said. Player Yuan? Yuro smiled and said. If someone has a divine rank technique, it'd probably be him. If player Yuan really has a divine rank cultivation technique, I wonder if he has tried to cultivate yet, and if he is already a cultivator, what level has he managed to achieve with it by now? I wouldn't be surprised if he's already a spirit warrior, Yuro said with a teasing smile on her face. Spirit warrior? As much as I admire player Yuan, I think it's impossible for someone to be a spirit warrior already since cultivation is much slower in the real world, due to the lack of resources even if they have a divine rank cultivation technique. Xiao said. Sometime later, Xiao asked, Sister Ro, what time are you going to play cultivation online today? I'm going to take a few days off to focus on my cultivation, Yuro said, and she proceeded to explain to Xiao her reason for doing so. That makes perfect sense. Alright, I will also follow this advice and focus on my real cultivation for now. I don't want to be bullied by someone stronger, after all. I'll talk to you later, Sister Ro. Definitely. After hanging up the phone, Yuro went to eat breakfast before returning to her room to spend the rest of the day cultivating. And with everyone focused on improving their real cultivation, a week passed by in the blink of an eye. Knock knock, young lady. The masters have summoned you to the main house. A servant knocked on the door to Yuro's room. Yuro stopped her cultivation and stood up to open the door. Let them know that I am on my way, she said. Sometime later, after taking a quick shower and dressing up properly, Yuro traveled to the Yu family's main house where her parents were waiting. Once Yuro met up with her parents at the main house, they brought her to another large building that was almost just as big as Yuro's house a few miles away from the main house. And inside this building were multiple rooms with hundreds of comfortable beds lined up with the console required to play cultivation online set up for each bed. What is this? Yuro asked them. This is the future of our Yu family and the company, Tang Li said with a confident smile on her face, and she continued. It will also be where all of our players will be living and playing starting today. Author's note. Check out Heroes Carnage, my other novel. Chapter 444 Cultivators Association. Everyone. Yuro raised her eyebrows. Despite the luxurious background, the atmosphere of this place was a little suffocating, and Yuro felt like she was in a hospital or something similar. As you already know, we have acquired a heaven-rank cultivation technique recently. This is where those who decide to join our Yu family will get to practice the cultivation technique. Of course, we don't want them running away with our technique, so we'll have them cultivate in this place. Yuxiang said. He then turned to look at Yuro and asked her, "What is your cultivation base right now?" "Second level spirit apprentice," she responded in a calm voice. Not bad considering that you'd started only a week ago." Yuxiang nodded his head before continuing to speak. "We have sent out the applications yesterday, and in less than 24 hours, we have received over 1,000 requests to join our family, with most of them being at the second level and a couple at the third level. In fact, we even have someone at the fourth level." "What? Someone has already reached the fourth level already?" Yuro was surprised to hear this. Yuxiang nodded and said, "This person has been cultivating in secrecy even before the world knew that we could cultivate in the real world, so he's ahead of the majority of cultivators currently." "Oh, that makes sense." Yuro didn't say anything else. "Anyways, we called you here today to let you experience the heaven rank cultivation technique that we acquired recently. You only have the basic cultivation technique, right?" "Yes." Yuro nodded. "Go pick whichever bed you want and enter. Meet me at Lu City so that I can hand you the cultivation technique." Yuxiang said to her. "Okay." Yuro nodded. Although she had planned on letting Yuan find a better cultivation technique for her, since he will be busy for a while, she will have to rely on her family for a better cultivation technique for now. Furthermore, this new cultivation technique should help boost her cultivation speed in the real world as well. Thus, Yuro entered the game and traveled to Lu City before meeting with Yuxiang. Inside the game, Yuxiang and Yuro went to a cultivator's haven, so that Yuro could learn the cultivation technique safely. "Do you need a key for this place?" Yuxiang asked her. "No, I already have one," she said. After they arrived at the highest floor in the place, Yuxiang handed the cultivation technique to her, and said with a solemn face, "Don't lose this. It cost us a fortune to acquire it. If you lose it, we'll sell you to make up for the losses." Yuro didn't show any reaction and nodded silently. "Let me know when you've learned the cultivation technique, so that we can start training the people in our family," Yuxiang said to her before entering one of the rooms to cultivate. Once Yuro entered the room and the door closed, she began trying to comprehend the heaven rank cultivation technique. A week later, Yuro emerged from her room with a happy expression on her face. "Finally! It took me an entire week to learn this cultivation technique." Besides the martial technique she'd gotten with Yuan's help, Yuro hasn't tried to learn another technique, hence why she was excited to finally learn something new even though it'd taken her an entire week. Sometime later, she met up with Yuxiang again to return the cultivation technique to him. "Now that you have a heaven rank cultivation technique, I expect significant improvements to your progress both in cultivation online and your real cultivation. Don't disappoint me," Yuxiang said to her after storing the cultivation technique inside a storage pouch. "I understand." Yuro nodded. Yuro logged off the game shortly after. "I can finally go home and sleep in my own bed." Yuro sighed inwardly, as she had to stay in this place until she learned the cultivation technique. However, before she could leave the place, her mother, Tang Li, stood before her. "Yuro, make sure you register yourself as a cultivator at the Cultivators Association that was completed just today within the next 90 days. If you don't and get caught, you'll be fined by the government and possibly go to jail." Tang Li warned her. "Cultivators Association? It's already finished? I wasn't expecting it for at least a few more weeks if not months," she said. The Cultivators Association is a government-funded organization that was created to regulate cultivation to a certain extent, and it has governments from around the world supporting it, quickly becoming the strongest cultivation faction in the real world. Furthermore, not only does the Cultivators Association regulate cultivators, but they were also recruiting cultivators to assist them in maintaining public order just like the police forces. "I understand. I will try to register today," Yuro said. Thus, after leaving the place, Yuro made her way to the Cultivators Association that replaced a large park in the middle of the city. Of course, the place was crowded with people. "Maybe I should come back another day," Yuro mumbled to herself before telling the driver to go back to her house, where she started cultivating with her new cultivation technique and seeing significant improvements to her progression. No wonder why people are paying fortunes for better cultivation techniques. My speed almost doubled with this new cultivation technique. Feeling excited about her new cultivation speed, Yuro proceeded to spend the entire day cultivating. Meanwhile, back at Yuan's apartment, Meixiu entered Yuan's room and said to him, Yuan, the Cultivators Association has been completed. We must register as a cultivator within the next 90 days, or we'll be considered as illegal cultivators. We have 3 months? That's plenty of time, Yuan said. And he continued, How's your cultivation going? I just reached the 5th level, she said in a calm voice. Nice. I should be entering the 8th level after another week, he said. 8th level Spirit Warrior. Meixiu sighed inwardly, wondering what might happen when he has to register his cultivation at the Cultivators Association in the near future. Chapter 445 A New Rumor. A little over a week after the Cultivators Association was announced, over 100,000 cultivators from Yuan City alone had registered as a cultivator, with less than 1% of them also joining the Cultivators Association. 1% may seem like very little, but the requirements to join the Cultivators Association were not low, as one needed to be at least a 3rd-level spirit apprentice before they could even take the examination. After joining the Cultivators Association, the cultivators are given a special badge and assigned to a certain location in the city where they will be working, almost like actual police but with higher pay and more authority. As for the number of cultivators that have registered at the Cultivators Association worldwide, it reached 10 million people in less than a month. Meanwhile, Yuan had reached the 8th level Spirit Warrior and improved immensely for his condition, to the point where he could push his upper body off the bed a few inches with his arms. However, despite his seemingly fit physique and feeling like he was overwhelming with energy, Yuan actually couldn't exert much strength, feeling like something was blocking him from utilizing his full potential. Maybe Dr. Wang is right, that I might be cursed. Yuan sighed inwardly. Hopefully, he could sit up on the bed without external help by the time he enters the 9th level. Sometime later, Meixiu entered his room and said, Wang Xiaoying said she'll be visiting later today for your checkup. Now that Wang Xiaoying knew his identity as player Yuan, she has pretty much replaced Dr. Wang when it comes to taking care of him, such as the weekly checkups, especially when Dr. Wang and his hospital has seen an explosive increase in patients recently due to the increased violence in the community between cultivators. Okay, Yuan said. About 2 hours later, Wang Xiaoying arrived at their apartment and began examining Yuan's condition. Everything looks normal this week as well, Wang Xiaoying said to him afterward. I see. Thank you. What cultivation are you at right now, Yuan? Wang Xiaoying then asked him, and she continued. I just reached the 4th level yesterday. 8th level, Yuan said. Looks like it's really impossible to catch up to you. Wang Xiaoying sighed. And no wonder why your body looks so fit despite not exercising. I thought it was weird when I first noticed it. To think it was because you'd started cultivating. When Wang Xiaoying learned that Yuan had been cultivating even before it was announced, she was obviously shocked. But what shocked her the most was when she learned that he was already a spirit warrior, while everyone else was still a spirit apprentice. Of course, there was one more thing that Yuan revealed to her. Wang Xiaoying looked at the door to make sure it was closed before asking Yuan in a low voice. How's your recovery going compared to last week? Yuan proceeded to show Wang Xiaoying his progress by lifting his body off the bed slightly before falling back down a moment later. As you can see, that's the most I can do right now, he said. Since she was going to be his nurse, Yuan decided to reveal to her that his body was actually recovering. Wow, you're definitely making good progress. At this rate, you'll be able to tell Meixiu about your recovery soon. Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Yes, I plan on telling her once I am able to sit up on the bed properly. Even though it's regrettable that I couldn't assist you in your recovery as I'd hoped, I am still happy to see you finally recovering after so many years, Wang Xiaoying said to him. Although my body is recovering, my sight doesn't appear to be getting any better. Maybe I'll remain blind for the rest of my life, he sighed. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoying said, Yuan, I don't know if this is true or fake, but I have heard a rumor going around recently that there are other things in cultivation online that might affect our world, such as resources. I know this sounds crazy, but so is cultivation. I have experimented with this rumor, but I didn't get any results, so maybe it's fake. Maybe there's some kind of requirement that one must fulfill before it takes effect. But if this is real, we might be able to fix your vision. Yuan was surprised after hearing Wang Xiuying's words, and then he recalled the impurities that came from his body in the real world after consuming a treasure in cultivation online. After pondering for some time, Yuan spoke, Maybe the treasure has to be of a certain quality? To tell you the truth, I think I have experienced it before. What? Really? Tell me more. Wang Xiuying was immediately intrigued. Yuan proceeded to tell her about the translucent dew of flawlessness, and how it cleaned his impurities both inside the game and the real world. Wang Xiuying turned dead silent after hearing Yuan's story. After a moment of silence, she said, In order to gather further proof, we will need to obtain a high-grade treasure and test it for ourselves. I will see if my master has any unwanted treasure, since it's much easier to find higher quality treasures in the spirit heaven. Okay. I will also try to do some more experiments on my end. This will be immense if it actually works, Yuan said. After talking for a couple more minutes with Wang Xiuying telling Yuan about her experience in the spirit heaven and her new sect, Wang Xiuying packed her tools and prepared to leave. Okay, I will see you next week, Yuan, she said to him before leaving the apartment. Is everything okay? Meixiu asked him afterward. Yes. I am going to return to cultivation online today for a bit. Yuan said. Do you want me to come with you? No, it's fine. I'm just going to talk with Xiao and the others. I won't stay long. I want to reach the 9th level spirit warrior at the very least before I really start playing again, Yuan said. Okay. Chapter 446 Stalker. After helping Yuan with the console, Meixiu returned to her own room and continued to cultivate. Despite not caring about cultivation before, Meixiu found a reason that motivated her to keep cultivating, and that was Yuan. Even though Yuan was at a much higher cultivation than her, he was unable to move his body, so he was vulnerable to many things, and if the world continues to become more dangerous, it will be all up to her to protect him. Meanwhile, the moment Yuan appeared inside, Xiao appeared from his necklace even before he could say anything. Welcome back, brother Yuan. Xiao said to him. Hello, Xiao. Did you miss me? Yuan said with a smile on his face, feeling like it's been forever since he last played. Xiao nodded after hearing his words. I missed you as well, young master. Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. Me too. Lan Yingying as well. Unfortunately, I am not finished with my business yet, so I won't stay here for long. I need a favor from you guys, he said a moment later. What do you need, brother Yuan? Xiao asked him. I am in need of treasures, mostly resources with unique effects, and I need them to be at least Earth grade, Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang came outside and asked, Resources above Earth grade? What kind of treasures? Any specific effects? Like increasing your soul strength, or something that boosts your cultivation? How many do you want? And why do you suddenly need resources, young master? Let's see. I want the resource to do something unique. Something like the translucent dew of flawlessness. I don't need anything that will increase my cultivation base, and I only need one treasure from each quality from Earth grade up to Heaven grade. I would like to ask for Divine grade resources, but they are too rare and I don't have enough money for them. As for why I need them, well, it's for an experiment. Yuan said to them. Something like the translucent dew of flawlessness? That's not going to be easy, young master. The translucent dew of flawlessness is an extremely rare treasure that can only be found in the upper heavens, but I will see what I can do, Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan then retrieved the spirit stones she Meili gave him and handed them to her. Use this to buy the resources. If it's not enough, just buy whatever you can afford with it. Feng Yuxiang looked at the money and wanted to say that he didn't need to pay them, but knowing his character, she accepted it and said, When do you need the resources, young master? I don't have a time limit, so you can take your time. I understand. I will go around and ask some of my friends. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Xiao Hua will also look around. I would love to help, but I don't know this world enough to help, and am not really knowledgeable when it comes to these things. I'm sorry for being useless. Lan Yingying sighed. Don't worry about it, Yingying. And you're not useless. Yuan said to her. Just leave this to the experts. You stay with the young master just in case anything happens while we're away. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua left the Cultivator's haven to look for treasures for Yuan. Once he was alone, Yuan prepared to log off. However, right as he was about to log off, one of the doors there opened, and a beautiful young lady with silky golden hair walked outside. This was the same fierce girl who yelled at Yuan for peeking at her. The mysterious girl from one of the 4 ancient families. Apparently, she has been cultivating this entire time without leaving the cultivator's haven, which wasn't too surprising if one thought about it since cultivation sessions usually last for weeks. When this young lady saw Yuan standing there, she immediately frowned before approaching him in an aggressive manner. Hey, don't tell me that you've been standing there this entire time. Are you stalking me or something? Who are you? What? Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief. I just got here, he said. Bullshit. You barely moved since I last saw you a couple of weeks ago. You're definitely a stalker. Once she was in front of him, the fierce girl raised her hands and prepared to slap him. When Yuan saw this, he also raised his hand. Whoosh. The fierce girl swung her hands at Yuan's face, but he easily caught it. How can you hit people so easily? I didn't even do anything wrong. You need to stop assuming things. Yuan said to her with a frown. However, he cried inwardly, what a strong girl. I'm a spirit grandmaster. Yet I am struggling to hold her back. Meanwhile, the fierce girl was also surprised that Yuan had managed to stop her strike, as this is the first time that someone has stopped her ever since she left her family to go on a journey. Usually, she would just send them flying with a single strike, and without any hassle. Let me go, you pervert. The girl suddenly shouted at him. Only if you promise me that you won't try to hit me if I let you. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the girl suddenly jumped and spun her body in a graceful manner before sending her feet flying at his chest. Boom. Yuan was sent flying to the wall after being kicked directly in the chest, causing the entire building to shake slightly and disturbing everybody that was currently cultivating inside. Are you okay, Yuan? Lan Yingying exclaimed when she saw this, even forgetting to address him as Lord, and she appeared beside him. I'm not hurt. Physical attacks won't harm me, unless they come from a spirit king. Yuan said to her. Meanwhile, the fierce girl who had just sent Yuan flying with a powerful kick knelt on the floor while clutching to her small feet after the kick, feeling like she'd just kicked a metal ball. What the heck is his body made of? Metal. She cried inwardly, regretting her actions. Chapter 447 Returning to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Damn it. What is your body made of? Why is it so freaking durable? It feels like I broke a bone or something. The fierce girl cried out loud after kicking Yuan with her feet. You should probably stop kicking people out of nowhere. I hope you've learned your lesson. Yuan patted the dust off his clothes and approached her in a casual manner, looking like he wasn't harmed even in the slightest. The fierce girl gritted her teeth in anger. Despite her urge to punch Yuan in the face, she didn't dare to attack him after her last strike, fearing that she might hurt herself instead. Anyways, I am not stalking you, nor do I have any reason to stalk you. It was merely a coincidence that I am still here. Yuan said to her. Yingying, let's go. Yuan proceeded to ignore the young lady and walk downstairs with Lan Yingying following behind him. After meeting many unreasonable people, Yuan has learned that it would be easier to just ignore them and leave the scene immediately. If this fierce lady still decides to follow him, he will use his cultivation to scare her away. I'll remember your face. If I see you again, I am going to smash your face. Yuan could hear the fierce girl's voice shouting from behind him. Once they descended a couple of floors, Lan Yingying returned to Yuan's wrist as a bracelet, and Yuan logged off on the spot. Since Meixiu was still in this place, there was no reason for them to leave. After logging off, Yuan took a moment to clear his mind before he started cultivating towards the 9th level spirit warrior. Meanwhile, inside, after leaving Yuan's side, Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua left the city together before going their separate ways. Xiaohua, race the young master's spirit stones. I have plenty of money, so I don't need it. Feng Yuxiang handed Xiaohua the spirit stones. Xiaohua looked at the spirit stones for a moment before accepting it. Although she had plenty of valuable weapons, she doesn't have much money, only the gold coins they'd obtained from selling her treasure at the auction house. And that amount won't be enough to buy any unique treasures. Of course, she had planned on trading her weapons for other treasures, or even selling a few of her treasures to get the necessary funds to buy the treasures. Let's see which of us will find the most valuable treasures for the young master, shall we? Don't worry, this is a friendly competition. With that being said, I don't plan on going easy on you. Feng Yuxiang said to Xiaohua, and she flew away before Xiaohua could even respond. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang arrived at a city that had a teleportation device, and used it to travel to Phoenix City. I didn't think I'd return to this place so soon after leaving, but when it comes to finding rare and valuable treasures, there's no better place in the lower heavens than Phoenix City. Feng Yuxiang hovered above the city with a smile on her face, feeling quite confident that she would win this competition. Feng Yuxiang then flew straight into the city, landing directly in front of the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Who dares? The guards standing there were taken by surprise by Feng Yuxiang's grand entrance and subconsciously pointed their weapons at her. What are you going to do with me with those toys, huh? Feng Yuxiang glanced at them with a sharp gaze. Am Madame Feng? When the guards realized her identity, they immediately dropped their weapons and got onto their knees. We apologize for pointing our weapons at you, Madame Feng, they said in union with sweat soaking their foreheads. Whatever, Feng Yuxiang said before walking past them, ignoring their offense. What? The two guards looked at Feng Yuxiang's disappearing back, before looking at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. She's not going to punish us? I was expecting a slap in the face at the very least. The two guards seemed surprised that Feng Yuxiang didn't punish them for disrespecting her, as she would normally do just that even if they looked at her wrongly, much less point their weapons at her. After entering the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang entered one of the stores there. Welcome to our Heaven's Resource. A worker standing at the entrance started his welcoming sentence even before he could see the customer's face, and when he saw Feng Yuxiang's beautiful face, he began coughing like head choked on something. Madame Feng? The worker exclaimed. Is Zhongli here? She asked him. Why yes. He nodded vigorously. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else, and began walking upstairs like this place was her house. Once she was on the 3rd floor, she knocked on the only door on that floor and entered it without waiting for a response. Inside the room, a middle-aged man in black robes and a young woman wearing similar clothes to the worker at the entrance were flirting with each other. Who dares? The middle-aged man slammed the desk in anger before turning around to look at the beautiful woman standing at the entrance. The middle-aged man gasped in shock when he saw Feng Yuxiang standing there with an angry look on her face. Feeling the suffocating atmosphere, the young woman quickly tightened her loosened clothes before running out of the room. Madame Feng, when did you come back? And where have you been recently? The Golden Phoenix Bazaar isn't the same without your presence. The middle-aged man quickly changed the topic and acted like nothing just happened. Feng Yuxiang closed her eyes for a moment to calm down before speaking. I'm here to collect your debt, Zhongli. The middle-aged man named Zhongli swallowed nervously and asked, What do you want? Nothing much. Just a few treasures from your store. Feng Yuxiang said. That's it. Zhongli looked surprised at her response, and it was even a pleasant one. If you want me to take everything in your store, I wouldn't mind doing so. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Please have mercy. Zhongli quickly got off his seat and kowtowed to her. Then I'll go look around. Feng Yuxiang said, ignoring him immediately. Chapter 448 Her Reason for Leaving. After spending about an hour in Zhongli's store looking for the perfect treasure for Yuan, she left the place with a couple of new treasures in her storage ring. Are you coming back to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Zhongli asked Feng Yuxiang right before she left the place. No, I am not, she said. I have more important things to do now. I see. Zhongli nodded. After leaving Zhongli's store, Feng Yuxiang didn't leave the city and proceeded to enter the next store. Yu Quan, I am here to collect the debt you owe me when I helped you set up your store. Feng Yuxiang said to the owner of that store. Madam Feng, where have you been? Yu Quan asked after seeing her. That doesn't matter. I didn't come all the way here just for you to question me. Feng Yuxiang said. Yu Quan sighed in a tired manner before speaking. What do you want from me? If it's within my power. I don't need your help. It's your treasure that I need. My treasures. Yu Quan looked at her with wide eyes. In the entire Golden Phoenix Bazaar, Feng Yuxiang had the best store with the most valuable treasures. Why would she need something from his store that was small and worthless in comparison? What kind of treasure? He then asked. I don't care as long as it's unique. Unique? Yu Quan raised his eyebrows. Then he said, why don't you look around the store? If you want something, just let me know. Feng Yuxiang nodded and proceeded to spend another hour in this store looking for treasures. Are you sure you only want these treasures? Yu Quan asked her afterward. Yes, and I will consider your debt cleared for these treasures, she said. Deal. Yu Quan did not hesitate and immediately responded. The treasures Feng Yuxiang took from his store were worth at least a few 100 million gold coins. Yet Yu Quan seemed eager to give these treasures to her as long as it cleared his debt. One can only imagine the reason being that Yu Quan's debt was actually worth more than the treasures Feng Yuxiang took. After leaving Yu Quan's store, Feng Yuxiang continued to enter other stores to collect people's debt in the form of their treasures. And it seemed like every person in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar was in some sort of debt for some reason. By the time Feng Yuxiang was done collecting their debts, she had acquired over 100 treasures from the Earth grade to the Heaven grade, and she had even managed to obtain a Divine grade treasure that was worth billions of gold coins. The young master will definitely praise me once he sees this many treasures. A wide grin appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face as she imagined the scene in her mind. However, her imagination was quickly interrupted by a voice. Madam Feng. A man's voice resounded, wiping the smile off Feng Yuxiang's face. She turned around to see a middle-aged man and a group of guards behind him. What do you want, Jin Yupu? I have already decided to leave the city, and I most likely won't be coming back here, she said to him. You won't be able to convince me to come back, she added. I know. I am not here to convince you to stay in the city. I just want to know your reason for leaving. Did something happen? Was it caused by the city? Or was it caused by my family? I won't be able to sleep properly without an answer. And I haven't been able to sleep a full night since you closed your store. Jin Yupu said to her. Feng Yuxiang's departure was a huge blow to Phoenix City's income since her store earned them more money than everyone else combined for the last few hundred years, and as the lord of the city, it was only natural for Jin Yupu to want to figure out why she left. If it was his city that chased her away, he'd reform the city from the bottom to the top. If someone in his family had offended her, he'd disown that person. And if someone in the city had offended her, he'd give that individual a public execution. That was how much Jin Yupu valued Feng Yuxiang's presence. If I tell you, will you stop bothering me? Feng Yuxiang said. I promise. He nodded. Feng Yuxiang took a deep breath and then said, I have found someone I want to serve, a master, and I am currently following him right now. Sooner or later, we'll leave the lower heavens. This is why I cannot stay here anymore. What? Jin Yupu and everyone there looked at her with wide eyes. Feng Yuxiang, the #1 expert in Phoenix City, had abandoned her priceless store not because someone had offended her, but because she lowered her head for someone else, becoming their servant? How could that even be possible? Surely, they must be dreaming. Are you serious, Madam Feng? Nobody offended you, causing you to leave the city? Jin Yupu was clearly in disbelief. After all, there was no way that a peak spirit grandmaster like Feng Yuxiang could become a servant for another person, especially if they consider her arrogant and prideful demeanor. Don't look down on my young master. He's a once-in-lifetime genius who will surely dominate the 9 heavens one day, and I want to be there to witness it. Although I had a different goal when I first met him, after spending some time with him, I have decided that I want to follow him to the end. Feng Yuxiang said. Now that you know why I am leaving, you can stop bothering me. See ya. Feng Yuxiang then flew into the sky before disappearing into the distance, leaving Jin Yupu and the others speechless. I have acquired more treasures than I anticipated. Hopefully this means the young master will praise me more. Feng Yuxiang chuckled to herself as she sped back to Longchen City. Chapter 449. Do you think it exists? Another week has passed since Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua to look for treasures, and Wang Xiuying arrived at their apartment for another weekly checkup. Yuan, I have consumed a couple of earth-grade treasures and even one heaven-grade treasure, but none of them affected my real body. Wang Xiuying said to him. What? You have already acquired the treasures? That was quick. Yuan said to her. Well, it's not hard when you're one of the most prominent disciples in the Spirit Healing Academy. Wang Xiuying said in a prideful tone. My master usually gives me all of the resources I need if I ask nicely, and it's a reasonable amount, she continued. Before joining the Spirit Healing Academy, Wang Xiuying had to undertake their disciple examination, and to their surprise, she passed it with flying colors, even obtaining a high score that their sect hadn't seen in a very long time. Thus, Wang Xiuying had instantly become the Spirit Healing Academy's treasure, one of their most valued disciples, and this gave her a lot of privileges and benefits, one of them being that she almost had unlimited resources to supply her growth. As a result, in just a single month, Wang Xiuying's cultivation base soared to the peak of Spirit Warrior, becoming a top player in. Of course, Wang Xiuying wasn't the only player to experience significant progress and growth. As Lightning Emperor, the other player who ascended with her, also experienced similar growth. So treasures below heaven grade don't work, huh? Maybe we need to consume divine grade treasures. Yuan mumbled. Who knows? Maybe it really works but with a much lower chance, and higher grade treasures will have a higher chance for it to transfer to our real bodies. Wang Xiuying said. After a moment of silence, she continued. Hey Yuan, this may sound like an odd question, but do you think the world inside actually exists somewhere in this seemingly boundless universe? Like another world? Exists? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Although he never mentioned it to anyone fearing that they might call him crazy, he has indeed had such thoughts before. I mean, how else can you explain the cultivation phenomenon and other things? I am not the only one with such thoughts. There are many people questioning why cultivation techniques and work in our world, and there are already plenty of theories about the cultivation world being real. I kind of believe it, but it's also quite unbelievable at the same time. What do you think? A smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke in a longing voice. If the world of cultivation truly exists, how nice would that be? I mean, if you ignore the unreasonable people, the cultivation world is such a wonderful place that's filled with mysteries and miracles. I wouldn't mind it at all if it really exists. Yes, I think so too, Wang Xiuying said. Sometime later, right before Wang Xiuying left, Yuan said to her, I am going to log in today to see if the others have returned yet. I'll let you know the results soon. Okay. I'll be waiting, Wang Xiuying said. After Wang Xiuying left, Yuan asked Meixiu, How's your cultivation? I should be entering the 6th level in a few days, she calmly responded. I see. Can you enter the game with me today? I am doing an experiment, he then said. What kind of experiment? Whether or not treasures inside cultivation online will affect our real bodies. What? Meixiu mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. Yuan proceeded to tell Meixiu about the impurity incident as well as the recent rumor regarding the topic. If this is true, I cannot even imagine what could happen. Meixiu said afterward. Right? Therefore, we're going to test it out, using our own bodies. This is crazy. Meixiu sighed. What if these treasures actually work? Will there be any side effects afterward? In the end, Meixiu gave up and entered Cultivation Online with Yuan. Inside Cultivation Online, Yuan went back upstairs to meet up with Meixiu, as he was forced to leave before by that fierce girl. Hopefully she's gone by now. Yuan sighed inwardly as he approached the top floor. Feng, Xiaohua, can you hear me? Yuan tried to speak with them through their servant-master connection. Yes, I can hear you, young master. Are you still at the Cultivator's Haven? I will be there in a minute. Feng Yuxiang responded a moment later. As for Xiaohua, Yuan has yet to hear a response from her even after Feng Yuxiang showed up. Xiaohua is not with you? Yuan asked her. Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, we went our separate ways. I see. Then she's probably too far away to hear my voice. I hope she's okay. Yuan said. There's nothing in the lower heavens that can harm her, so you don't have to worry, said Feng Yuxiang. I hope that's the case. Sometime later, Yuan entered one of the cultivation rooms with Meixiu and Feng Yuxiang. Here you go. Once they had some privacy, Feng Yuxiang proceeded to retrieve the treasures she had acquired at the Golden Phoenix Bazaar. Yuan and Meixiu were shaken when they saw the number of treasures Feng Yuxiang had acquired. Why you obtained this many treasures with the number of spirit stones I gave you? Yuan asked her in a trembling voice. Feng Yuxiang showed a stiff smile and said, why yes. I went to speak with my friends, and I managed to get them at a discounted price because they owed me. Even if there was a discount, I still can't believe that you'd obtained this many treasures with the spirit stones I gave you. Look at this. There's even a divine-grade treasure in here. Are you telling me that you got everything here for less than 1,000 spirit stones? That's only worth around 10 million gold coins, Yuan said to her, clearly doubting her claims. Chapter 450 Longevity Seed. Chapter 450 Longevity Seed. Fine, I'll tell you the truth, young master. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and then she continued. Truth is, they were given to me for free. What? That sounds even less likely, Yuan said. After all, who would give up such precious treasures for free? I'm telling you the truth, young master. I went to the Golden Phoenix Bazaar to acquire these treasures, she said. Golden Phoenix Bazaar? Yuan raised his eyebrows. She nodded and said, I know everybody that owns a store there, and they're all indebted to me, so I decided to go there to collect their debt since I will be leaving this place soon. And they gave me these treasures to clear their debt. I guess these treasures weren't free technically, but let's not ponder about the minor stuff. Feng Yuxiang told him the truth. Do you see any treasures that you want, young master? She then asked him again. Yuan looked at the treasures and said, I will have to look through them one by one first. Take your time, she said. Anyways, thank you, Feng. I owe you for this. Yuan then said to her, I'm just doing my job, she said with a smile. If you want, I can give you some of my blood later. However, to Yuan's surprise, Feng Yuxiang shook her head and refused to take his blood. It's okay, young master. You can save your blood. Really? Are you okay? You would normally be excited to drink it. Yuan said with a surprised look on his face, wondering if something had happened. Feng Yuxiang showed a stiff smile and said, Everything is fine. There are just days where I have no appetite for anything. I see. Well, if you ever feel like drinking it again, just let me know. Okay. Thank you, young master. Ever since Xiaohua told her that she might be forced to ascend to a higher realm if she breaks free from her curse and restores her cultivation base, Feng Yuxiang has become hesitant on drinking Yuan's blood, especially when she could feel the curse weakening with every sip. I will continue to drink his blood once we reach spirit heaven where there's a bigger limit. Until then, I will have to resist myself from drinking any of his blood. Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. Yuan began looking through the pile of treasures a moment later, and he would spend the next hour doing so. An hour later, Yuan sighed. Even though there are so many treasures here, none of them are really unique enough for my experiment. What experiment? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with wide eyes. Was all of her efforts in vain? It's hard to explain it. Yuan said. After all, how would he go about telling her that he's testing to see if the treasures inside a game would affect his real body? He then said, All of these treasures enhance one's strength or permanently enhance one's stats. There's really nothing truly unique about them. Isn't there something that can make my hair grow longer or something? Making the young master's hair grow longer. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Then she retrieved something from her spatial ring and showed it to him. This is longevity seed. If you consume it, it'll grant you 100 years of longevity and even give you new hair. It's really popular amongst men who are balding. Yuan looked at the seed with raised eyebrows. He didn't literally mean it when he said that he wanted something that could grow his hair, as it was just an example. I mean, it's an earth-grade treasure, so I guess I can try it. Thanks, Feng. Yuan accepted the longevity seed and tossed it inside his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, he swallowed it. Ding. You have consumed longevity seed. You have gained 100 years of longevity from consuming longevity seed. After consuming the seed, Yuan stood there and waited for his hair to grow. However, to his surprise, his hair began falling off his head instead, instantly making him bald. What? Yuan was shocked when he saw this. Feng, you lied to me. This thing is doing the exact opposite of what you said. Yuan looked at her with a frown on his face. PFT. Feng Yuxiang almost burst out laughing when she saw Yuan's bald appearance. Meixiu was no different, and she tried her best to resist her urges. Wait a moment, young master. I didn't lie to you, Feng Yuxiang then said. Your hair will grow back in a bit. The treasure killed all of your old hair to remake new ones. And just like Feng Yuxiang claimed, silky black hair began emerging from Yuan's bald head shortly after. However, it grew more than he expected, and by the time it stopped growing, his new hair had reached his butt. There's too much hair now. Yuan sighed. Now I have to get a haircut, he then said. Why? I think you look much better with long hair, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Here. You can use this to tie your hair. She then handed him a golden hairband. I guess this will do for now. Yuan then tied his long and silky hair into a ponytail. Now you look more like a cultivator, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Oh. And more handsome. Handsome? Wouldn't this make me look more feminine instead? Yuan raised his eyebrows. What do you think, Meixiu? He suddenly asked her. Meixiu was taken by surprise, and when she saw his new appearance that had a certain charm and elegance to it, she began blushing. I think it's fine, she finally said after a moment of awkward silence. Okay, then we will be right back. Meixiu, I need you to check my hair for me. Yuan said to her before logging off shortly after. Sometime later, Meixiu went to his room. Well, did my hair grow longer? Yuan asked her. No. Nothing happened, she said. I see. Then let's go try some more treasures. The two of them returned to the game a moment later, and began looking through the treasures again. Chapter 451, Berserker's Gem. Chapter 451. Berserker's Gem. What about this one, Yuan? It can boost your eyesight and reaction by a significant amount. Meixiu showed him a weird-looking fruit. You can eat it. I have already eaten one. Yuan said to her. Meixiu nodded and consumed the earth-grade treasure a moment later. Ding. You have consumed fruit of perception. A few moments later, Meixiu said. Wow, my eyesight's got noticeably better after consuming the treasure, and I can see details that I wouldn't normally be able to before. I'm not sure about my reaction speed though. Meixiu suddenly stopped speaking and tilted her head when she noticed something flying at her face with incredible speed. Why, Yuan? Meixiu looked at him with wide eyes. Sorry, I just wanted to test your reaction. Yuan chuckled a little before retrieving his arm. What do you think? Has your reaction gotten better? Probably. She said. Now see if these changes apply outside. Yuan then said. Meixiu nodded and logged off the game shortly after to see the results. She returned a few moments later and shook her head. I don't think it worked. What about this treasure? It's a heaven-grade treasure, and it boosts your strength significantly. Yuan asked. You want me to take this treasure as well? I mean, I wouldn't be able to test the results even if I use it, Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. Oh. Okay. Meixiu realized what Yuan was trying to say and subconsciously nodded. Ding. You have consumed Berserker's gem. Plus 20,000 physical strength. That's a lot of strength. Meixiu muttered in a dazed voice before logging off to see if her physical strength had improved. How should I go about testing my strength? As a cultivator, I am already strong enough to lift an entire desk without any issues. Meixiu wondered to herself as she looked around her room for something extremely heavy. However, there was nothing in her room that would challenge her already profound strength. After pondering for some time, Meixiu decided to go outside the apartment where plenty of heavy objects were available. She then approached one of the cars parked in front of the apartment before looking left and right to make sure nobody was looking at her. Once she was clear, Meixiu bent her knees and tried to pick up the car. As ridiculous and embarrassing as it felt, Meixiu was also curious about the rumor. When she had a good grip on the car, Meixiu tried to stand up with the car. The moment she stood up, the car in her grasp also went up with her. This shocked her so much that she accidentally dropped the car back down. Meixiu looked left and right again to make sure nobody saw her before she ran back into the apartment. I am only dreaming, right? Meixiu looked at her own palms with clear disbelief on her face. After taking a moment to calm down, Meixiu went inside her room and tried to lift her bed. Although she could lift her bed before she consumed the treasure, it wasn't easy. Once she had a good grip on the bed, Meixiu took a deep breath before lifting the bed into the air like it weighed nothing. Heavens! Meixiu mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at the bed that was directly above her head. And to make sure it wasn't just a fluke, Meixiu began benching the bed as though it were a barbell. After benching the bed a dozen times, Meixiu carefully placed the bed back down onto the floor without a single bead of sweat on her face or body. It's real. The treasure inside the game really affected my real body. After taking a moment to calm down, Meixiu returned to Cultivation Online to share her results. That took longer than I expected. How did it go? Yuan asked her when Meixiu finally logged back in after many minutes. Meixiu stared at Yuan in silence before speaking in a low voice. It worked. Huh. Yuan's eyes widened. The experiment worked. Meixiu said, and she proceeded to tell him her experience. The heaven-grade treasure worked on you, but it didn't work on Wang Xiaoying? I guess this proves that every treasure has a chance to transfer its effects outside. And the chances will depend on the grade of the treasure. Yuan said in an excited voice. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang looked at them with a weird expression on her face, as she was unable to comprehend their situation. Anyways, thank you for the treasures. You can keep the rest for yourself since we no longer need it. Yuan said to Feng Yuxiang afterward. Okay. Feng Yuxiang nodded and stored the rest of the treasures into her spatial ring. Sometime later, Yuan said to her, Feng, can you stay here and wait for Xiao? I'm not sure when she'll come back though. I don't mind. Feng Yuxiang nodded. I will come back at least once a day just in case she comes back, he then said. Yuan and Meixiu logged off the game shortly after to discuss the results even more. Can you call Wang Xiaoying later and tell her to visit us tomorrow? I'd like to tell her the results of our experiments. Yuan said to Meixiu. Okay. Anyways, although I was already quite confident that the rumors were true, seeing it happen again is another thing. Yuan then said. Do you know what this means, Yuan? Meixiu said. As long as one is lucky enough, they might be able to use treasures from Cultivation Online to benefit their real body. This might be quite disastrous if the world finds out about it if they haven't already. I'm sure some people already know this, just like how people knew about cultivation way before it was announced. It's only a matter of when it becomes widespread. And when that happens, the world will become even crazier. What should we do? Meixiu asked. Is there even anything we can do? Yuan sighed. Chapter 452, Peak of Spirit Warrior. Chapter 452, Peak of Spirit Warrior. I think the only thing we can do is prepare ourselves for it. Though I don't think it'll be that bad due to the rarity of treasures. Maybe I'm wrong, who knows? Yuan sighed. If the chances of acquiring its effects are really low, It might not be that bad. And according to my research, the majority of the player base are only just starting to obtain Earth-grade treasures with Heaven-grade treasures, and above still unattainable besides those really wealthy and powerful players who just buy them using real money. Meixiu said. There's no use thinking about it now. Let's just focus on cultivation, so when the world learns about this and evolves once again, we'll be prepared for it. Yuan said. Yes, I agree. Meixiu nodded. Sometime later, they started their cultivation. The following day, Wang Xiuying returned to their apartment. What's up, Yuan? Did you need to speak with me? Does it have anything to do with your condition? She asked him. No, this is about our experiment. We have some results. Yuan said to her. What? Really? Wang Xiuying instantly became excited. Yes. Yuan proceeded to explain to Wang Xiuying everything that had occurred yesterday. Wang Xiuying silently stared at Meixiu after hearing everything. Why you can lift a car with your bare hands? Wang Xiuying asked her in a somewhat doubtful voice. Yes. I know it sounds crazy, but... Meixiu nodded. It's all right. I believe you. I was just expressing my disbelief that it actually worked. Wang Xiuying said. You said that it was a heaven-grade treasure that you'd consumed, right? I also consumed a heaven-grade treasure, but nothing happened to me, so I guess there's only a chance of obtaining the effects. What are you going to do now, Yuan? Wang Xiuying then asked him. What do you want me to do? He asked her in return. I don't know, but I know what I am going to do. Wang Xiuying chuckled. I am going to consume all of the treasures I can. Hopefully, I will eventually get lucky and strengthen my real body through the treasures in. Wang Xiuying announced her plans. Actually, you should also do the same, Yuan. Maybe there's a treasure in that will be able to fix your eyesight and heal your body. Hearing this, Meixiu also said. Now that you mention it, there are countless miraculous treasures in with profound effects one cannot even imagine. I'm sure there are treasures out there that can help you. I think so too. However, we should still focus on cultivating our real bodies first. I am going to enter the 9th level first before trying to break through to Spirit Master. Once I do that, I will focus on. Yuan said. Good luck, Yuan. I am going to see if there's anything I can do to help in the spirit heavens. Maybe my master will know something about your condition. I'll ask her. Wang Xiuying said. Okay. Thank you. Wang Xiuying left shortly after while Yuan and Meixiu returned to their cultivation. For the next couple of days, Yuan would spend most of his time cultivating towards the 9th level spirit warrior, while also checking cultivation online to see if Xiao had returned yet. A week later, Yuan entered the 9th level, feeling an outburst of energy coming from somewhere within his body, yet he could not pinpoint the location. Xiao still hasn't returned yet? She's gone for so long that it's a little worrisome. Yuan sighed when Feng Yuxiang told him she hadn't returned yet. Who knows where she went? However, for her to take this long, she's either in trouble or she went really far to get the treasure. Feng Yuxiang said. However, with her cultivation base, I doubt it would take this long even if she had to travel to the other side of the world. All right. I will continue to check if she has returned every day. Thank you for doing this, Feng. I know this is probably very boring for you since you have to sit here all day. Yuan said to her. Don't mention it, young master. It's really not that bad. As someone who has lived for thousands of years, how I experience time may differ from your experience. Sometime later, Yuan logged off and continued to cultivate. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. An entire month has passed since Yuan reached the 9th level of Spirit Warrior, and he has reached the peak of Spirit Warrior, being only a step from entering Spirit Master. However, this single step was by no means small, and even after trying to break through for an entire week, Yuan remained stuck as a Spirit Warrior. Meanwhile, Meixiu had managed to enter the 8th level of Spirit Apprentice, preparing to enter the 9th level. I entered Spirit Master as easily as breathing in Cultivation online, yet I cannot do the same in the real world. This also happened when I tried to enter Spirit Warrior. I guess I can only continue trying. He sighed. After spending a few hours trying to break through and failing, Yuan decided to enter Cultivation online to see if Xiaohua has returned yet. Is there anything I can do to contact her? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, as he was getting impatient waiting for Xiaohua, worried that something might happen to her. Normally, you can speak with us telepathically because of the master and servant connection between us, but that only works for a certain amount of distance. Once we are outside the range, we won't be able to hear your voice. I see. Guess I can only keep trying to contact her. After taking a deep breath, Yuan closed his eyes and proceeded to spend the next couple of minutes calling Xiaohua. Many minutes later with no result, Yuan prepared to log off. However, just as he gave up, he could hear a familiar voice resound in his head. Sorry for making you wait, Brother Yuan. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Yuan was ecstatic. Xiaohua, you're back, he exclaimed. Chapter 453, Xiaohua returns. Chapter 453. Xiaohua returns. After hearing Xiaohua's voice, Yuan decided to stay in the game for a little longer to see why it had taken her this long to return, and where she'd gone. A few minutes later, Xiaohua returned to the Cultivator's haven. Thank the heavens you're okay, Xiaohua. I was worried that something bad might happen to you because you have been gone for so long. Yuan gave her a tight hug after seeing her again. Xiaohua didn't immediately respond and merely enjoyed the sensation of being hugged by Yuan while silently blushing. By the way, I returned after just 2 days. Feng Yuxiang said to her. I'm sorry, Brother Yuan, but Xiaohua wanted to fulfill your request, so Xiaohua did her best trying to find a unique treasure, she said. She then reached inside her storage pouch before taking out a small glass bottle of semi-transparent azure-colored liquid that had around 1 ounce of liquid inside. What is this? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Celestial water. Xiaohua said in a calm voice. What did you just say? Feng Yuxiang was the first to speak, and she sounded like she was in disbelief. Celestial water. Xiaohua repeated. Celestial water. Impossible. Where in heaven's name did you go to obtain celestial water? I refuse to believe that you have found that in the lower heavens. Even the spirit heaven wouldn't have something like this. Feng Yuxiang quickly said. What's so valuable about this celestial water? Yuan asked. Celestial water is from an extremely rare treasure, known as the celestial tree. This treasure can only be found in the 5th heaven and above, and the celestial tree can only produce 1 drop of celestial water every 10,000 years. An ounce of celestial water is worth even more than mythic-grade treasures. Feng Yuxiang explained. Furthermore, celestial water has the ability to increase one's innate talent by at least 10%. Although it only works if you drink an ounce at a time, it's still incredibly sought after. That bottle of celestial water can start even a huge war if people know about it. Increasing one's talent by at least 10%? That is definitely unique and sounds very expensive. How on earth did you acquire such a treasure, Xiaohua? And where did you go to obtain it? Yuan asked her. After a moment of silence, she said, Xiaohua went to the upper heavens to obtain the celestial water. Both Yuan and Feng Yuxiang's jaws dropped after hearing her words. Why you went to the upper heavens for this? Yuan almost couldn't believe his ears. It now made sense why it took so long for Xiaohua to return. To think she'd traveled to the upper heavens during this time. He was speechless. If you don't mind me asking, exactly how far did you go? Feng Yuxiang asked her. However, Xiaohua remained silent, clearly unwilling to reveal everything. Yuan and Feng Yuxiang looked at each other, unsure how they should react anymore. Does Brother Yuan not like it? Xiaohua asked him a moment later. Of course I like it. In fact, I am flattered that you'd gone all the way to the upper heavens to acquire such a valuable treasure for me. I just don't know how to react. He quickly said. Xiaohua nodded, and then she turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. What treasures did you acquire for Brother Yuan? Obviously, Xiaohua didn't forget about their friendly competition, hence why she even bothered to ask Feng Yuxiang in the first place. A bittersweet smile appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face and she said, Why you win this one? There's no way my treasures could compare with your celestial water, even if I had a carriage load of them. Xiaohua nodded in a calm manner, yet there was a glint of delight within her eyes. Here, Brother Yuan, you should drink it. Xiaohua offered this priceless treasure that even immortals would kill for to Yuan in a casual manner. Are you sure? It must cost a fortune, right? I highly doubt my spirit stones were able to pay for even a small fraction of its price. Yuan said. It's okay. Xiaohua didn't have to pay for it, she said, shocking them even more. What? You're telling me that you'd managed to obtain the celestial water for free? As if I believe that. Feng Yuxiang said afterward. It's true. Xiaohua said, not even bothering to explain herself. If you say so, I will drink it. I don't want your effort to go to waste after all. Yuan said. No matter how Shed acquired this treasure, it was a fact that Shed gone all the way to the upper heavens to obtain this treasure for him. After taking a deep breath, Yuan removed the seal on the glass bottle and chugged the celestial water down in a single gulp. Whoa! Yuan immediately kneeled on the floor after he drank the celestial water, feeling his entire body heating up at a significant rate. What is this? I feel so hot. Yuan exclaimed, recalling when had first awakened his bloodline, as this was a familiar feeling. However, unlike previously, he didn't feel any pain from the heat no matter how hot it felt. In fact, he didn't feel any discomfort. Yuan's eyes suddenly began flickering with a golden glow, almost like his dragon's gaze was activating and deactivating itself continuously. Is this supposed to happen? Feng Yuxiang asked Xiaohua. This is her first time witnessing someone consuming celestial water, too. I don't know, she said, as this was her first time witnessing it as well. Meanwhile, somewhere in the upper heavens, the jade tablet with the word destiny engraved into it began glowing once again. When this happened, an old man suddenly appeared before it like a ghost, and he proceeded to stare at the jade tablet with a profound look on his face. The jade tablet is reacting once again, yet I cannot sense your presence. Just where in the 9 heavens are you, Master? The old man muttered in a low voice. Chapter 454, Black Pajamas. Chapter 454. Black Pajamas. A couple of minutes had passed since Yuan consumed the celestial water, and the heat in his body had finally subsided. Young master, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. Yes, I am fine, Yuan said as he stood up, feeling a little lightheaded. Do you feel any different? Xiaohua asked him. Yuan patted himself and shook his head. No, I don't. In fact, he didn't even get any notification. Normally, whenever he consumes a treasure, it would be followed by a notification and how it's affected his body. However, there was nothing this time. No notifications, nothing. This was incredibly odd. Does this mean the celestial water didn't affect him at all? But how is that possible? Clearly, his body reacted to it. Nothing at all? How weird. The celestial water is a priceless treasure even in the supreme heaven, Feng Yuxiang said. Maybe it takes time to take effect? Xiaohua theorized. That makes sense. Maybe it'll take effect later once your body fully absorbs it. There are many treasures like that out there. Feng Yuxiang agreed. Okay. Guess I'll just have to wait and see. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua returned to his body before Yuan logged off the game to cultivate. Now that Xiaohua has returned safely, Yuan was able to cultivate with a peaceful mind. However, he quickly noticed a change in the way that he cultivated, that it suddenly become easier to cultivate. Normally, he'd need to clear his mind and recite the cultivation technique inside his mind to absorb spiritual energy. Now he could absorb the spiritual energy around him as though it was natural, almost like breathing. Unfortunately for him, even if he could cultivate easier, it wouldn't matter since he cannot obtain any more spiritual energy until he break through to Spirit Master. I think there is a term for this. What was it? A bottleneck? Yuan sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan thought to himself, since I cannot advance my cultivation anymore, I should practice something else, like my divine sense. Ever since he started focusing on his cultivation base, Yuan had neglected training his divine sense. In fact, it has been a while since he tried to activate his divine sense. The last time I tried, it felt like I was on the verge of succeeding. Now that I am at the peak of Spirit Warrior, I might be able to do it. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began trying to activate his divine sense again. Meanwhile, in the room beside Yuan's room, Meixiu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for some reason. It's probably just my imagination, Meixiu thought to herself. However, unbeknownst to Meixiu, somebody was actually staring at her. It worked, Yuan exclaimed in an excited voice when his divine sense activated properly, allowing him to see inside his room and half of Meixiu's room. How long has it been since he was able to see? Almost a decade ago. Once Yuan was certain that his divine sense was working, tears flowed down his face, quickly soaking the pillow. Are you okay, Yuan? Meixiu asked him from outside when she heard his shouting. Yes, I am okay, Yuan said as his divine sense focused onto Meixiu's beautiful face. Although he was already used to seeing her face, there was just something different about seeing her in the real world. Compared to her avatar in Cultivation Online, Meixiu looked almost identical, with the only thing being different was their aura. And just as Meixiu prepared to return to her own room to cultivate, Yuan's voice resounded. Meixiu, you look great in those black pajamas. Meixiu's movement froze the moment she heard this, and she turned to look at his room with a look of disbelief on her face. What did you just say? She asked him in a dazed voice. Yuan chuckled and said, You should see your face right now. It's quite funny. A shiver went down Meixiu's spine. Why does it sound like Yuan can see her right now? What's going on, Yuan? Meixiu decided to enter his room and ask him. The first thing she noticed when she entered his room was the smile on his face, and then the tears flowing down his closed eyes. Why are you crying? She asked him. Because I can see, he responded. What? Meixiu's eyes widened. I can see again, Meixiu. I can use divine sense to see. Yuan revealed to her. Wait a moment. You can use divine sense? Right now? Yes. I am looking at you right now through divine sense. You're wearing a pair of black pajamas, right? Meixiu had to look down at her own clothes to make sure he was correct, and sure enough, she was wearing black pajamas. Unbelievable, Meixiu muttered in a dazed voice. However, it's a little exhausting to use it continuously. Once she had calmed down enough, Meixiu said with a warm smile on her face, Congratulations, Yuan. This is one massive step towards your recovery. Yes, I think so too. However, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Yuan suddenly said. What is it? Come closer, he said. Meixiu nodded and approached him, feeling a little nervous for some reason. Once she was by the bed, Yuan said, Give me your hand for a moment. My hand. Meixiu raised her eyebrow. Yes. Place it on my chest, he said. Meixiu didn't know what he was trying to do, but she kneeled on the floor and placed her fair hand on his chest nevertheless. Feeling Meixiu's hand on his chest, Yuan took a deep breath and proceeded to move his right hand that had been resting on his side. Meixiu's eyes widened with shock as she witnessed Yuan's right hand lift into the air without any support, and then she watched as it approached her hand. Before she realized it, Yuan's right hand was directly on top of her own hand. Not only can I see, but I can move as well. Yuan's voice resounded a second later, snapping Meixiu out of her daze. Chapter 455 A Noticeable Change. Why you can move now? Since when? Meixiu muttered in a low voice after Yuan's shocking reveal. To tell you the truth, my recovery started many weeks ago. Even before you started playing. In fact, I initially planned on keeping this a secret until I could get off the bed by myself, but I changed my mind after hearing your words just now. Yuan said. My words? Yes. Your voice when you congratulated me. I couldn't continue to keep it to myself after hearing it. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret for so long, but I wanted to make sure that I was actually recovering and not give you or you false hope. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I'm just glad that you're finally recovering, Yuan. Meixiu said to him in a gentle voice, feeling an indescribable feeling surging from her heart at this moment. Unbeknownst to Meixiu at first, tears began appearing in her eyes before quickly falling down her face. Meixiu wiped her eyes when she realized that her vision was getting blurry, and to her surprise, she was actually crying due to being overwhelmed by happiness. It was definitely a first for her. Meixiu quickly wiped her face with her free hand while silently hoping to herself that Yuan wasn't looking at her right now. Luckily for her, Yuan didn't have his divine sense activated since he could only use it for a few moments before it exhausts his spiritual energy. A few moments later, once Meixiu calmed down a little, she asked Yuan, "How much can you move right now? Can you sit up on the bed yet?" "Unfortunately, lifting a hand is already my limit. Any more and my body will start experiencing pain," he sighed. "Don't push yourself, Yuan. You're recovering, and that's all it matters." "I know. Are you going to tell Yuro?" Meixiu suddenly asked. Yuan didn't immediately respond, and after a moment of silence he said, I want to surprise her. When I tell Yuro, I want to be standing. I hope you don't mind keeping this a secret for now." "I don't mind," Meixiu said. "Thank you." Sometime later, Yuan said, "I am already at the peak of Spirit Warrior, but I cannot break through to Spirit Master for some reason. I will try for a few more days. If I still cannot break through, I will focus on. All right. I will try to push for the 9th level before I return to," Meixiu said. "Take your time." Meixiu returned to her own room a few moments later. "Yuan. He's recovering. He can see again, even move. I cannot wait to see him walk again." Meixiu thought to herself as she took a seat on the hard floor and began her cultivation. To her surprise, when she cultivated, Meixiu noticed a noticeable change in her cultivation speed, as she was absorbing the spiritual energy around her at a much quicker rate than she could previously achieve, almost twice as fast. Meixiu didn't know what was causing this phenomenon, but she welcomed it. A few days later, Meixiu entered the 9th level of Spirit Apprentice. "Yuan, did you manage to break through?" Meixiu asked him. "Nope." Yuan sighed. "Every time it feels like I am about to have a breakthrough, that feeling would suddenly disappear. It's like walking towards an open door, but just as you're about to enter that door, it closes in your face." Meixiu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Maybe it has something to do with our world? What if there's not enough spiritual energy for you to break through? Spirit Master is pretty high, right?" "Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Okay, I will ask Xiao and the others later," Yuan said. "What about you? Have you reached your goal?" Yuan asked her. "Yes, but the 3-month time limit for the registration is getting close, so I was thinking about registering myself first so I can get it out of the way. What about you, Yuan? Registering, huh? Okay, let's go register ourselves and get this over with." "Let's do it tomorrow since it's already late today," Meixiu suggested. Sometime later, Meixiu went to prepare dinner. After dinner, they went to sleep, taking a break from cultivation. The following morning after breakfast, Meixiu helped Yuan change into a more fitting outfit for their journey outside before carrying him to his wheelchair. "Are you ready to go?" Meixiu asked him after she prepared herself. Yuan didn't say anything, but he closed his hand into a fist before giving her a thumbs up. A smile appeared on Meixiu's face, and she pushed the wheelchair outside, leaving the apartment with him. "How far away is the Cultivators Association from here?" Yuan asked her once they were downstairs. "It's about an hour from here on foot," she said. "Do you want to take the taxi instead?" "I want to look at the scenery if you don't mind." "I'm okay. We can walk." "Thank you, Meixiu. I should probably buy a car to make traveling more convenient in case we need it." Meixiu muttered to herself shortly after they started moving. Despite her young age, Meixiu already has a driver's license, so she was qualified to drive a car. "A car, huh? It'll definitely be necessary if we want to go anywhere that cannot be traveled in a reasonable time on foot," Yuan said. "Yeah, you should probably get a car." Yuan agreed with her. "Really? What kind of car should I get?" "Yes. You can get whatever you want. I'll let you choose." "Okay. I'll look around after we register at the Cultivators Association." While they made their way towards the Cultivators Association, Yuan would use his divine sense to look at his surroundings. Although he couldn't see any further than a few meters around him, it was more than enough for someone like him who hasn't seen the world for so many years. An hour later, they arrived at the Cultivators Association. Wow, there's a lot of people here even though it's so early in the morning. Meixiu was surprised to see the crowd of people gathered there. After taking a moment to examine the area, Meixiu approached the tall building with Yuan. Chapter 456, A True Cultivation Genius. After avoiding the crowd with much effort, Meixiu pushed the wheelchair inside the building, where there were even more people, but since the people were in line in an orderly fashion, it felt much more spacious than outside. It took a moment since there were multiple lines, but once Meixiu found the end of a line, she went there with Yuan. While they waited in line, Yuan used his divine sense to look at the place and the people there. The majority of people there were between the 3rd level and the 5th level with a couple at the 6th level. Of course, all of them were still spirit apprentices. Meixiu also looked around while they waited. The interior of the building was quite bland, and there was barely any furniture or decoration. At the end of the room, there were a couple of desks with a clerk working behind it. I have been thinking, Meixiu, but how does the registration even work? Do they have some sort of device that can gauge our cultivation? Yuan suddenly asked. I'm not sure actually. I didn't really look into it. However, I don't see any devices in the front. Let me look it up real quick. Meixiu proceeded to take out her cell phone and searched about the Cultivators Association. A few minutes later, she said, according to this website, we only have to prove to them that we can cultivate in order to register as a cultivator. If we want to join the Cultivators Association, we will need to undergo some sort of exam. Oh, we only need to prove to them that we can cultivate? That's easier than I'd thought, Yuan said. They continued to wait, and after about 2 hours of waiting, they finally reached the front. How may I help you? The woman behind the desk asked them. We're here to register as a cultivator, Meixiu said. I understand. Can I see your identification? Identification? It was at this moment she realized that they didn't have any identification on them. Are identifications necessary? We didn't bring any, Meixiu said a moment later. If you don't have any identification on you, we will need your fingerprints. This is only to make sure that you're not a criminal or have any criminal record, the woman said to her. Okay, we can do that instead. Meixiu nodded. Great. Please scan your index finger on this. The woman then handed her a small device that scanned fingerprints. Meixiu placed her index finger on the device and waited until the woman spoke again. Okay, you can take your finger off now. Give me a minute to run your fingerprint through the database. Sometime later, Meixiu's information appeared on the screen. When the woman saw that she was from the Yu family, her eyes widened with surprise. If she was from the Yu family, why didn't she say so in the beginning? Even though Meixiu and Yuan left the Yu family, they're still technically part of the family since the Yu family didn't remove them from the database. Okay, you're cleared. Please go to the room behind me for the next step, Meixiu then said while pointing at Yuan. We're together, and he's also here to register as a cultivator. Can we go inside together? He's also a cultivator? The woman raised her eyebrow when she saw Yuan. I will have to run his fingerprints as well, the woman said. Okay. Meixiu proceeded to help Yuan place his finger on the device. Sometime later, Yuan's information appeared on the screen for the woman to see. Yuxiang? He's also from the Yu family, and he's even their son. I thought they only had a daughter. The woman was shocked to see this, as she was only aware of Yu Rao's existence. All right. I have cleared him as well, the woman said a moment later. Thank you. Meixiu left the desk and walked to the door at the end of the hall a moment later with Yuan, which led to another large and spacious room. The interior of this room looked like an empty gym, and there were people sitting in the lotus position near the middle of the room, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. A person only needed to continuously absorb spiritual energy for a minute straight to be deemed a cultivator. So the line moved relatively fast. About half an hour later, Meixiu and Yuan reached the front of the line. Next, a bulky middle-aged man with a stopwatch turned to look at Meixiu after the previous individual left his seat. "I will be right back, Yuan," Meixiu said as she left his side and took a seat beside the bulky man. "Good luck," he said to her. "I will start the time once you begin to cultivate. You must cultivate without stopping for an entire minute to qualify as a cultivator," he said to her. Meixiu nodded and closed her eyes. She then took a deep breath and began to recite the divine-grade cultivation technique inside her mind. Very quickly, the spiritual energy in the building began flying towards Meixiu, creating a small vortex around her. What the heck is that cultivation speed? The bulky man and the others were shocked when they saw how quickly Meixiu was absorbing the spiritual energy. Heavens! She is a true cultivation genius. The bulky man mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at Meixiu's beautiful face, seemingly mesmerized by her. He has been working here ever since the Cultivators Association was created, and he has watched tens of thousands of people cultivate during the past few weeks, but none of them could compare to this young beauty cultivating before him right now. More than a minute has passed since Meixiu started cultivating, but the bulky man didn't say anything, as had completely forgotten about the time when watching Meixiu cultivate. A few more minutes later, Meixiu opened her eyes and turned to look at the bulky man. "Excuse me, I think it's been more than a minute," she said to him in a calm voice. The bulky man quickly looked at his stopwatch, and sure enough, 3 minutes have passed since Meixiu started cultivating. Chapter 457 Chairman Zhao. Sorry, I spaced out," the bulky man said in a still dazed voice. "You have passed the cultivation test." Meixiu nodded and stood up. "If you don't mind me asking, what cultivation base have you achieved?" the bulky man suddenly asked her. "9th level spirit apprentice," Meixiu responded in a calm voice. "And 9th level?" The bulky man trembled upon hearing this. "Is there anything else?" Meixiu then asked him. "And no." He quickly shook his head. However, just as Meixiu started walking back to Yuan, a loud voice suddenly resounded, causing everyone to turn to look at the source. "Wait a second, young lady." At the end of the hall, an old man followed by 4 other individuals could be seen approaching them in a hurry. "See, Chairman," the bulky man exclaimed when he saw this old man, and he quickly lowered his head to bow. "Who?" Meixiu wondered inwardly as they approached her. "Hello, young lady. My name is Zhao, and I am the chairman of the Cultivators Association. I saw your cultivation just now, and it left me in awe. Can I get your name?" "Meixiu," she responded. "Then, Lady Meixiu, would you like to join my Cultivators Association? We are currently in need of talented cultivators, and you're exactly what we are looking for. If you join us, we can guarantee you a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and when we acquire a divine-grade cultivation technique in the future, you will also get to practice it," Zhao said, trying to recruit Meixiu into the Cultivators Association. However, Meixiu quickly shook her head and said, "Thank you for the offer, but I do not wish to join the Cultivators Association." The spectators were shocked when Meixiu refused Zhao's offer so casually. Many of them had plans to join the Cultivators Association after this, so when they saw Meixiu getting recruited by the chairman of the association, they were overwhelmed with jealousy. "What? The chairman himself personally invited you to join the Cultivators Association, and you dare refuse? Know your place," one of the figures standing behind Zhao suddenly exclaimed. Another one then said, "You may have some talents in cultivation, but without a proper cultivation technique, you can only go so far. However, if you join us, we can guarantee you a limitless future." Despite their words, Meixiu remained calm and said, "I refuse." "You, stop." Zhao suddenly interrupted. Once there was silence, he continued. "Can you at least tell me why you're refusing my offer? Are you already part of another power? Or do you have something against our association?" "I have nothing against the association. My hands are already fully occupied with other matters," and am not interested in the Cultivators Association in general. Meixiu said. Other matters? There's nothing my association cannot solve. If you join us, we'll help you with whatever you're occupied with. Zhao wasn't willing to give up someone as talented as Meixiu so easily. Hearing his words, Meixiu smiled and said, "No thank you. I enjoy what I am doing, and I will continue doing it until I am no longer needed." What a pity. Zhao shook his head. He then said, "Well, if you ever decide to change your mind, my Cultivators Association will always have its doors open for you." Zhao turned around and walked away without saying anything else. The four people with him lingered for a little longer to stare at Meixiu with displeased looks on their faces, before leaving with Zhao. Once the place returned to being somewhat peaceful, the bulky man could finally breathe properly, and he continued the examination shortly after. "Young lady, you're going the wrong way," the bulky man said to Meixiu when he noticed her returning to the line. He then pointed at the door on the other side and continued, "If you're finished, you go to that room." "I didn't come alone," she said to him. Meixiu then walked to Yuan and began pushing his wheelchair. "He's with me, and he's also here to register," she said. "He's also a cultivator?" The bulky man raised his eyebrows when he saw Yuan. This is his first time seeing someone in a wheelchair registering as a cultivator. As they approached the bulky man, Meixiu whispered to Yuan, "I think you should keep it low-key. I don't want those people coming back to bother you. They're definitely a troublesome bunch. I can only imagine what will happen if they see your real talents." "I know. I'll restrain myself," Yuan said. Meanwhile, after they left the test room, Zhao didn't actually leave and stayed behind to continue watching Meixiu. "Do we have any information on that girl?" he asked the four behind him. One of them pulled out his phone and said, "According to the clerk that spoke with them, she's a servant from the Yu family. They're a powerhouse in the entertainment industry." "What about that young man in a wheelchair? How is he related to her?" "He's also from the Yu family, their son. That girl is probably his caretaker or something." "I see." Back in the other room, the bulky man said, "Whenever you're ready." Yuan took a deep breath and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the room, making sure to keep things to a minimum by imitating the cultivation speed of other cultivators that went before him. When Zhao saw Yuan's abysmal cultivating speed when compared to Meixiu, he sneered in a cold voice, "She's throwing away her talents for that trash. Ridiculous." After a moment of silence, he said, "Get the Yu family on the line and tell them that I would like a meeting with them. I am not going to let such a talented cultivator go to waste for that useless thing." Right away, Chairman Zhao. The person proceeded to look for the Yu family's contact information before dialing their number. A minute later, the bulky man said, "All right. You passed. Go through those doors to complete your registration." Meixiu nodded and left the room with Yuan shortly after. There is a new voting system for web novel called Golden Tickets for the premium novels that will reset once a month. You can get them through spending coins or gifting the novel a certain amount, 500 plus. If you don't have this in your app, update the app. Therefore, in order to bribe you into voting, I shall give you 3 bonus chapters, including daily chapters, for both Dual Cultivation and Cultivation Online if Heroes Carnage, my new novel, reaches 1,000 golden tickets. Chapter 458. Meeting with the Yu family. "Hello, can I get your names?" A clerk working behind the desk asked Meixiu, when she approached him with Yuan. "Meixiu and Yuxiang," she said. "Okay, give me a minute to create your identifications." The clerk then looked up their information before creating an identification card with it. "I just need a picture of your face now," the clerk then said. Meixiu went first, taking a headshot by standing in front of the camera on the desk. Yuan went next. Once they both took a picture, the clerk printed it on their identification card before handing it to them. "Here you go. You're done." "Thank you." Meixiu accepted the cards and left the building shortly after. "That was easier than I'd expected," Yuan said afterward. "Yes. Besides that little recruitment, It went much smoother than I'd expected. Meixiu then said, "Let's go home now that we no longer have to worry about it." All right. After returning to the apartment, Meixiu helped Yuan take a quick shower before changing his clothes. "We're going to play again starting tomorrow, right? Let's call Yuro and see if she wants to play with us," Yuan said. "Okay, let me try to call her now." Meixiu retrieved her phone and called Yuro. However, Yuro didn't answer the phone in time, and it went to her voicemail. "She's probably busy. I will try again later." Meixiu stopped talking when her phone began ringing. "Oh, it's Yuro." Meixiu quickly answered the phone. "Sorry, I was just finishing up my registration at the Cultivators Association." Yuro said, "You also went to register at the association today? We just came back from that place." "What? Really? What a pity that we didn't meet." Yuro sighed out loud. "Anyways, do you need something?" "Yes, we plan on playing again starting tomorrow." Yuan asked if you want to play together. "Of course," Yuro quickly said. "Where are you located?" "We'll come to you." Yuro then gave Meixiu her location. "Okay, we will see you there tomorrow," Meixiu said afterward. "Yup." After hanging up, Meixiu said, "Yuro said she'll play with us. She's also at a place called Seashell City." "Great." Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the day trying to break through to Spirit Master. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's main house, Yuxiang and Tang Li sat before an old man. "How can we help you, Chairman Zhao?" Yuxiang asked him. "Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Yu family," Chairman Zhao said, and then he placed a small box on the table. "Accept this compensation from me." Yuxiang accepted the box without even opening it. "Thank you." Chairman Zhao took a deep breath before speaking. "Anyways, I have come here today regarding someone from your family." Yuxiang frowned slightly upon hearing this, wondering if someone from his family had offended the chairman of the Cultivators Association. "She's a servant from your family, and I believe her name is Meixiu." Chairman Zhao then revealed Meixiu's name. "What? Meixiu?" Yuxiang's eyes widened. "Did she do something?" he then asked. "Haha. No, she didn't. She was at the Cultivators Association today to register as a cultivator, and I was impressed by her cultivation talents. I wanted her to join my Cultivators Association, but she refused, so I was hoping you could do something about it." The chairman is impressed by Meixiu's talents? Really? Yuxiang was in disbelief after hearing this. "Yes. In terms of talents, she's definitely one of the best I have personally seen. Furthermore, she even claimed to be a 9th level spirit apprentice." 9th level? That's impossible. Tang Li exclaimed. "She has only reached the 6th level even with her heaven-grade cultivation technique. How could a servant who ran away from home reach the 9th level? With what cultivation technique? I know it's hard to believe, but if you saw her cultivation speed." Chairman Zhao said, "I am willing to negotiate. No, I will buy Meixiu from the Yu family. How much do you want?" Chairman Zhao then asked. Yuxiang exchanged surprised looks with Tang Li. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao, but I'm afraid that's not possible right now." "What do you mean by that?" Chairman Zhao frowned. "Meixiu. She's actually no longer part of the Yu family, as she decided to leave the family a few months ago," Yuxiang said. "What?" Chairman Zhao sat there with a baffled look on his face. "Then do you know where she is currently?" Yuxiang shook his head. "Unfortunately, we don't. Maybe her mother or my daughter knows something. I can ask them right now." "Please do." Chairman Zhao nodded. "All right. Give me a few minutes." Yuxiang proceeded to take out his cell phone to call Feng. "Feng, do you know where your daughter, Meixiu, is currently staying?" Yuxiang asked her after she answered the phone. After a moment of silence, Feng responded, "I'm sorry, but she didn't tell me anything. I have tried calling her before, but she didn't pick up." "Then do you have any idea where she might have gone?" "I do not." "I see. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, why are you looking for Meixiu?" Feng suddenly asked. "Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association would like to speak with her, so if you see her or hear anything, let me know." "I understand." I will let the masters know if I hear from her. Feng said. Yuxiang hung up shortly after and proceeded to call Yu. Ha. Do I know where Meixiu went? No, I don't. Why do you ask? Yu responded in a casual voice after hearing her father's question. Are you sure you don't know? Yuxiang asked again. Don't you have her contact information? You mean to tell me that you haven't spoken to her since she left? I don't believe it. I don't know what to tell you, father. I really don't know anything, but I can try calling her later. Okay. Let me know if you learn anything, Yuxiang said before hanging up. He then returned to Chairman Zhao and said, I apologize, but it seems like nobody knows her location. However, we'll try looking for her. If we find anything, we'll let you know. Although Chairman Zhao was unhappy about the results, there was nothing he could do about it. I understand. Thank you for trying. Here is my business card. Call me if you find her. Chairman Zhao left his business card on the table before leaving the place. Once Chairman Zhao was gone, Tang Li said, Unbelievable. To think Meixiu was a cultivation genius that even the chairman of the Cultivators Association would go through such trouble to recruit. We need to find her, or we might risk offending the Cultivators Association, she added. Yuxiang nodded. I agree. I will call some people that specialize in finding people now. Meanwhile, after her phone call with Yuxiang ended, Feng dialed Meixiu's number. Mother. Meixiu quickly answered. Be careful, Meixiu. I don't know why, but the chairman of the Cultivators Association is looking for you. Feng wanted her. What? Meixiu was surprised to hear this. The chairman still hasn't given up on her. Chapter 459. Please carry me. Did something happen? Meixiu asked her. That's what I want to ask you. What happened? Did you offend the chairman? Why would someone like him be searching for you? Feng asked her. Well, Meixiu proceeded to explain to her mother what had occurred at the Cultivators Association today. Feng remained silent for a good moment after hearing Meixiu's story, and all she said at the end was, just be careful and refrain from going outside for a while. Chairman Zhao is a powerful man who is at the top of the Cultivators Association. He may not be a powerful cultivator, but he has plenty of influence and more than enough people to suppress you. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Don't you get it, Meixiu? If you're in danger, the young master will also be in danger. Whatever you do, just make sure you protect him. You don't need to tell me that, Meixiu said. Feng hung up the phone shortly after. Eche. Meixiu sighed out loud. However, before she could even think about the situation, her phone began ringing again. It was Yu. Meixiu answered the phone but didn't say anything. Meixiu? Are you okay? My father is looking for you for some reason. Yu's voice then resounded. Meixiu released a sigh of relief after hearing Yu's voice, and she said, Yes, I am fine. As for what happened? After Yu heard the story, she exclaimed in an angry voice. What? How shameless. You have already refused to join the Cultivators Association, yet they're still pursuing you. They even went out of their way to visit my parents. I cannot believe that there are people like them out there. It is what it is. There's no point getting angry about it, as it won't change anything. Meixiu said. What do you plan on doing? I doubt the Cultivators Association would give up on you. I don't know yet, but I will think of something. All right. If you need anything, call me, okay? I will. See you tomorrow. Meixiu said. After hanging up, Meixiu went to Yuan's room and explained to him the situation. What a pain in the ass. Now I regret going to register. Yuan sighed out loud. What do you think we should do? Meixiu asked him. I don't think there's anything we can do besides hope that they give up on you. After all, they have the entire Cultivators Association behind them while we're just two people who ran away from their family. Yuan said. Should we relocate just in case? Meixiu then asked. Wouldn't that just attract their attention? Judging by what Miss Feng and Yu said, they don't know your location yet, so it's probably better if we stay put here. I will try to think of something, but that's all I can think of for now. Okay. Meixiu nodded. Sometime later, Meixiu returned to her room, and tried to sleep since she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. However, Yuan decided to enter. Young master? It's rare seeing you during the night. Did something happen? Feng Yuxiang asked him, as he usually doesn't return until morning. Something like that. Yuan nodded. Is there anything we can do to help? Xiao then asked. Unfortunately, no, he then said. Feng, do you remember when I asked you if you know any doctors? Yes, but I haven't been able to sense that person yet, and he never stays in one place for long, so I have no idea where he is. Why do you need to see him so suddenly? Feng Yuxiang said. After a moment of silence, he said, my friend. He's sick, and I need him to heal as soon as possible. Although he's recovering. He's not recovering not fast enough. I see. Okay, I will see what I can do. Feng Yuxiang came out of his body and continued. I will go ask around and see if I can find him. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Feng. I will be meeting my sister tomorrow at Xiao City. We probably won't go far. Don't worry, young master. I will be able to find you as long as you're still in the lower heavens. Feng Yuxiang said. I will return as soon as possible, young master. Yes, see you soon. Feng Yuxiang flew away shortly after. Xiao appeared beside him after Feng Yuxiang left, and she asked him, Are you really okay, brother Yuan? Yuan took a deep breath before sighing out loud. I hate feeling powerless. Even though my friend is in trouble, I cannot do anything about it. I really hate that feeling. Xiao wasn't sure what to say, as this is her first time seeing Yuan acting this gloomy. You're not powerless, my lord. Even if you feel helpless, you have us. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Lan Yingying said to him. Thank you, Yingying. Yuan said to her with a slight smile, feeling a little better. Sometime later, he said to them before logging off. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Good night, my lord. See you later, brother Yuan. Once he logged off, Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the night trying to break through to Spirit Master, but alas, it didn't work. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan and Meixiu logged into the game, and made their way to Xiao City to meet up with Yuro. Feng went somewhere last night? Meixiu was surprised to hear this. Who will carry her now? I can carry you if you don't mind. Yuan suddenly said to her. Or are you still not ready for it? He remembered what she said before. Meixiu wasn't sure how to respond. However, the scene of Xian Wuhan kissing Yuan on the cheeks suddenly flashed into her mind. Meixiu gritted her teeth for a moment, before nodding her head with a resolute look on her face. Please carry me, she said with a rosy face. After getting her approval, Yuan retrieved the flying sword before carrying Meixiu in his arms like a princess. The next moment, Yuan jumped on the sword and soared towards the sky with Xiao by his side, leaving Longchen City in a flash. Chapter 460 Snowy. For hours after they left Longchen City, Yuan and the others finally arrived at Xiao City. During their whole ride, Meixiu would try her best to avoid eye contact with Yuan, but it was nearly impossible. And every time she glanced at his handsome face that was only a few inches away from her own, she would immediately begin blushing. They descended a couple of miles away from the city to avoid getting too much attention. Once they landed, Yuan placed Meixiu back onto the ground before removing his mask. You're going to remove your mask? Meixiu asked him. He nodded and said, I had to wear a mask in the sect because the players knew I was there and were actively searching for me. But now that I am no longer there, nobody will be able to recognize me as long as I don't do anything too crazy. I should also change out of the golden dragon robe since it's quite attractive as well. Yuan proceeded to change his clothes on the spot, replacing the golden dragon robe with the plain clothes he first wore when he started playing, as it looked the most simple. I should probably buy some casual clothes. Yuan mumbled to himself afterward. What's up, Xiao? Yuan noticed Xiao staring at him, and decided to ask her. Brother Yuan, when did your hair grow so long? Xiao said, as she had just realized his new appearance. Oh, it was caused by some treasure Feng gave me. I think it was called a longevity seed. Does it look weird? Xiao shook her head and said, It's not weird. Brother Yuan resembles a cultivator even more now. Sometime later, after Yuan finished changing, they began making their way towards the city. Yuan easily picked out Rao's figure despite the crowd gathered outside the city, but right as he prepared to call her, he suddenly closed his mouth. After a moment of silence he said, "Who's that girl beside you, Rao? They appear to be together." "Let me see." Meixiu narrowed her eyes and looked at the beautiful girl standing beside Rao. "Oh, that's Xiao, Rao's classmate." "Xiao? The one who allowed me to live in her parents' apartment?" Yuan asked. "Yes. I see. So that's what she looks like." Yuan nodded with a focused expression, seemingly interested in her. Meixiu raised her eyebrows at his reaction. Of course, Yuan was only interested in her because he believed that he was indebted to her, who gave him a place to live when he was struggling to find a new home. "Rao." Yuan called out to her again. When Rao heard Yuan's voice, she immediately turned to look at him, and a bright smile appeared on her face the next second. "Brother." Rao ran to him with her arms spread. Yuan gladly welcomed her into his embrace. "It's been a while, Rao." "It's been longer than just a while. It feels like forever since I last saw you," she said. Hello." Xiao greeted him in a somewhat bashful voice after catching up to Rao. "Brother, this is..." Yuan turned to look at Xiao and smiled. "I know. You are Xiao, right? Let me thank you again for letting me stay in your parents' apartment." "Thank you." She didn't say anything and only nodded. "I hope you don't mind letting her join us. We've been playing Cultivation online together this entire time, and it would be rude to exclude her." Rao then said, "Of course I wouldn't mind it. You can join us whenever you want." Yuan said, Thank you. There's no need to be so shy, Jingy. It's not like this is your first meeting. Look, even Meixiu is here." Rao said to her. "I know, but I can't help it. You know that I'm not good with men." Xiao said, "You'll have to get used to it if you want to come with us. I'm sure you'll be okay." "I will try." She nodded. "Hello, Xiaohua. It's been a while." Rao didn't forget about her and greeted her. "Hello." Rao then looked around and asked, "Where's Feng? I don't see her." "She's currently busy with something, so she won't be with us," Yuan said. "I see." Sometime later, Rao asked, "What should we do now?" Yuan shrugged and said, "I don't really have a plan since I only thought about spending time with you. What do you two usually do?" "Well, we normally hunt monsters together and do repeatable quests. What about your cultivation levels?" "I am at the 2nd level of Spirit Warrior, while Jingyi is at the 1st level," Rao said. "I see." Yuan began pondering. Then he recalled something. "What about the spirit fruit you got from Feng? Have you obtained a servant yet?" Hearing his question, Rao suddenly smiled and said, "I'm glad you asked, brother. Feast your eyes on my servant. Come out, Snowy." "Snowy?" Yuan raised his eyebrows at this weird name. The next moment, a small, 4-legged creature covered in white fur appeared before them. "This is a dog?" Yuan wasn't exactly sure what this creature was, so he took a guess. "Wrong. Snowy is a tiger cub, I think," Rao said. And she continued, "We met Snowy during one of our quests near a mountain range. She was being chased by a large bear at that time, and we rescued it. After that, I gave her the spirit fruit because I found her really cute, and the rest is history. Also, don't be surprised when you hear this, but Snowy is actually a heaven-grade servant," Rao said a moment later. "What? Really?" Yuan looked at the small white creature with a somewhat surprised look on his face, wondering how this small thing could possibly be a heaven-grade servant. Suddenly, Xiaohua approached them and said, "This cub is a spiritual beast." "A what?" Everybody there turned to look at her with wide eyes. Chapter 461. Spiritual Beast. What's a spiritual beast? That sounds powerful. Rao asked Xiaohua. They are magical beasts, but naturally more powerful, just like divine beasts. However, they're not quite as powerful as divine beasts. There's also a chance that a spiritual beast can evolve into a divine beast. Xiao said. She looked at the tiger cub and said, "It's very rare to find a spiritual beast this young since they're usually with their parents, and for you to make it into your servant. You got incredibly lucky." Yuro picked up the ball of fluff and hugged it. I knew she was special the moment I saw her, but I didn't think she was this special. I really lucked out. Xiao nodded and said, "That's why you should keep her hidden unless you absolutely need her. There are people out there who would steal other servants out of jealousy, especially if they are rare creatures." "What? Really? How does that work? Stealing another individual's servant?" Yuro asked. "If the master dies, the contract will naturally end, though there are methods to forcefully sever a contract without killing the master," Xiao said. "That sounds scary," Yuro said. Then she called Snowy back just in case. "There shouldn't be many people who can recognize a spiritual beast in the lower heavens since they are so rare, but you should still be careful." "I understand. Thank you, Xiao." Yuro nodded. "Does it have any special abilities?" Yuan suddenly asked her. "Nope. The only thing she can do is bite, but she's too small to even fight effectively," Yuro said. Then she turned to look at Xiao and asked, "Is there any way to make spiritual beasts grow faster? I will have to look for another servant if it's going to take a few years before I can let Snowy fight." Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, there are treasures that can speed up a magical beast's growth, but they are incredibly rare." "Great. I will keep that in mind," Yuro said. Sometime later, Yuan said, "Let's do some quests together. You two can pick." "Are you sure? The quests may be too easy for you," Yuro said. "I don't mind. I just want to spend time with you." "Okay. Then let's go look for some quests." Sometime later, they entered the city and asked around to see whether there was any quest they could do. After about an hour of looking, they accepted a quest that required them to gather some material that can only be obtained from a certain magical beast. The black horn bull can be found at the orange field. They're around the 7th level of Spirit Apprentice. "I will need as many horns as you can gather, and I will pay 10 gold coins for each horn," a middle-aged man said to them before handing them a map. "I understand. We should return soon," Yuro said. After leaving the place, Yuro said, "According to the map, the Orange Land is quite far away. It's going to take us around 10 hours to get there if we walk. However, if we travel by horses or carriages, it'll be much quicker." "Carriages?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. He then said, "I have never ridden in a carriage before. Let's try that out." "Okay. Where do we ride carriages?" Yuan then asked. "There's a store that rents horses with carriage service. Let's go there," Yuro said. Yuro proceeded to lead them to this store. 10 minutes later, they arrived before a large building that had almost a dozen horses on display, and there were even a couple of carriages in the back. "Hello, I would like to purchase the carriage service." Yuro approached the reception desk and asked the middle-aged man managing it. "Sure thing, young lady. Where are you guys trying to go? And is it going to be a one-way trip or a round trip?" "The Orange Lands. Round trip." "Orange Lands, huh? All right, give me a moment to do some calculations." A moment later he continued, "That would be 3 gold coins for the ordinary service and 10 gold coins for the premium service." "What's the difference?" Yuan asked. "The ordinary service will provide you, well, an ordinary horse and an average carriage. You will also have to drive the carriage by yourself. The premium service provides a faster horse, a larger carriage, and even a driver for the carriage for a better experience overall." "Well, take the premium service," said Yuro. "All right. That'll be 10 gold coins." Yuro nodded and handed 10 gold coins to the manager. "Thank you for choosing us, young lady. Give me about 10 minutes to find you a driver. If you have any preferences for the driver, let me know. We even have cultivators who can drive the carriage as well as guards if you need them. However, that will cost additional fees. An ordinary driver is fine," Yuro said. After all, they had Yuan, who was infinitely stronger than any guard they could provide. "I understand." The manager disappeared for some time before returning. "Your carriage is ready." Please follow me. Yu Rou and the others followed the manager to the outside, where a decorated carriage and a horse were waiting in the street. Yuan looked at the square-shaped carriage with awe, as this is his first time seeing a carriage in this fashion. A few moments later, they entered the carriage, but there was only room for 4 people. Any more and it'll become a little cramped. Here, Xiaohua. I will make some room for you, Yuan said when everyone was seated beside her. It's okay. Xiaohua will sit here, Xiaohua said before entering the carriage and taking a seat on Yuan's lap. Is it okay? She asked him afterward. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. When Yu Rou saw this, she had an idea. Snowy, come out. Once the white ball of fluff returned, Yu Rou had it sit on her lap while she hugged it. Are we ready to move? The driver asked them a moment later. Yes, Yu Rou said. Then I shall start moving the carriage now. Ha! The driver said before commanding the horses to move, pulling the carriage along with it. Chapter 462, Magical Beasts Blocking the Road. After the carriage left the city, the driver spoke in a loud voice. We should arrive at Orange Lands in 3 hours if we don't get attacked by wild magical beasts. Okay. Thank you. Yu Rou responded in a loud voice. Meanwhile, Yuan had his head turned to look outside the window. Riding in a carriage felt like they were riding a slow car that was also quite bumpy. Yet there was a distinct difference that made riding a carriage much more enjoyable. Brother, I just noticed this, but when did your hair grow so long? I don't think my hair has grown since I started playing. Yu Rou suddenly asked him. Since she was used to Yuan having long hair in the real world, she didn't immediately notice it. Oh, I ate a treasure that regrew my hair, and made it longer. Feng and Xiaohua said it looked good, so I decided to leave it like this, he said. I agree with them. You look very handsome. Don't you think so too, Jingyi? Yu Rou asked her. Why are you asking me? She quickly began flustering. Sometime later, Yu Rou asked, Brother, what have you two been doing recently? Are you doing okay living by yourselves? Yuan nodded. Yes, we're doing fine. As for what we've been doing recently, besides cultivation, nothing else really. If you have any problems with the apartment, please let me know. I will call someone to fix it, Jingyi said to him. Oh right. I know you said we can live there for free, but I don't want to feel like a freeloader. Please allow me to pay for the rent. Are you sure? The rent is not cheap there if I have to be honest with you. Yes, I am sure. We have made enough money by selling in-game items. If we need more, we can sell more items. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Jingyi nodded. Okay, if you insist on paying the rent, I will tell the apartment manager to send you the bill every month starting the next month. Okay. About an hour later, the carriage came to a sudden stop, and the driver shouted, Esteemed guests! There's a pack of dark wolves blocking the road ahead. Dark wolves, huh? Let me take care of it. Yu Rou eagerly left the carriage and retrieved her fan, the same one that Yuan bought for her. She then walked to the front of the carriage and approached the group of dark wolves with a brave expression on her face. Yuan peeked his head out the window to look at the dark wolves. They were all between the level of 3rd level and 5th level spirit apprentice. It was nothing Yu Rou couldn't handle as a spirit warrior, even if they were in a group. Wind blades. Yu Rou flicked her arms in an elegant manner, sending a dozen wind blades that sliced through the air. Whoosh! The pack of dark wolves was instantly dismembered by the powerful wind blades that were as sharp as real swords. After killing the magical beasts in a single attack, Yu Rou used wind blades again to clean up the road. The road is free again. Yu Rou said to the dumbfounded carriage driver. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed fairy. The driver stood up and bowed to her in a respectful manner after witnessing her effortlessly kill a dozen magical beasts. Once she returned to the carriage, Yu Rou rubbed her nose in a prideful manner and said, Did you see that, brother? I have gotten much better with the technique. Yes, I saw it very clearly. You have definitely gotten a lot stronger, especially with that technique, Yuan said with a smile on his face. Well, it's the only offensive technique I have, so I use it all the time. allowing me to master it very quickly, Yuro said. It was at this moment that Yuan recalled something. That he'd get some cultivation techniques for her. Ah. I completely forgot to get you new techniques. Even though we went to the myriad of techniques. What a blunder. Yuan sighed. It's okay. We can look for them later. I'm not in a hurry to look for new techniques anyway. Yuro said. All right. About half an hour later, another magical beast blocked the road. Of course, Yuro went outside to take care of it again. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped again. Why are there so many magical beasts blocking the road? Is it always like this? It's like they're doing this on purpose just to mess with us. Yuro was beginning to get tired of them after stopping for the 10th time. It's common because many people travel this road every day, and magical beasts come here to find food. This is why nobody dares to travel without any guards unless they're a powerful cultivator. Xiao said to her. However, magical beasts aren't the only thing people have to worry about, as bandits and thieves would often target people too. I hope we don't run into any bandits. I'm already overwhelmed by the magical beasts. Yuro sighed. I can take care of the magical beasts if you're tired, Yuan said to her. I'm not physically tired, but it does feel repetitive and boring. It's all right. I will take care of the magical beasts now. Okay. Yuro nodded. Sometime later, the carriage stopped again. Magical beasts. The driver warned. Yuan activated his divine sense and expanded it until he could see the magical beasts. Once he located them, he retrieved his invisible starry abyss and controlled it to clean out the magical beasts without stepping out of the carriage. The carriage driver was shocked when he saw this, as he was unable to comprehend the scene before him. In his eyes, the magical beasts blocking the road were being slaughtered by an invisible force. In just a moment, all of the magical beasts were killed, clearing the road once again. Brother? Why are you just sitting there? Aren't you going to take care of the magical beasts? Yuro asked him. I have already taken care of them, Yuan said in a calm voice, dumbfounding Yuro and Xiaojingyi. Chapter 463. Internal Destruction. What? You've taken care of the magical beasts already? How is that even possible? Yuro said. Then she peeked her head outside the carriage window to look at the front. Yuro exclaimed in a shocked voice the very next moment, startling Xiaojingyi. What happened? Xiaojingyi asked her. The magical beasts on the road have all been killed, Yuro said. She pulled her head back inside the carriage before turning to look at Yuan with a look of disbelief on her face. How did you do that? What did you do? She asked him. Yuan lifted his palms and removed the camouflage that kept the starry abyss invisible, revealing to them the secret. Yuro looked at the beautiful black dagger hovering above Yuan's palm and said, Wait a minute. I have seen that dagger before. You used it to remove materials from magical beasts before. Yes, and I can control it without needing to wield it, allowing me to attack from a distance. It's very convenient. Wow. As expected of you, brother. Yuro mumbled in a low voice, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiaojingyi was also impressed by his prowess as well, and she wondered what cultivation level he was at, but she was too shy to ask him, so she could only imagine it inside her mind. Sometime later, the carriage began moving again after the driver snapped out of his daze. And for the rest of the journey, Yuan would take care of the magical beasts before they could even reach the road. About 3 hours after they left Seashell City, their carriage finally arrived at the Orange Lands. Wow, no wonder why they named this place the Orange Lands. There's so much orange color in this place. Yuan mumbled as he admired the orange scenery. From the grass to the trees and the flowers, they were all orange in color, almost like this place was experiencing autumn while the rest of the world was in a different season. Do you know where are the black horn bulls? Yuro asked the driver. He nodded and pointed to the wilderness in the distance and said, You can find them a few miles in that direction. I will be stationed here until tomorrow, or until you're all ready to return to the city. All right. Thank you. Sometime later, Yuro and the others followed the driver's directions and disappeared into the distance. Once they were inside the orange wilderness, Yuan said, Xiao, can you look for the black horn bulls for us with your divine sense? Mine is still too weak to search for them efficiently. Sure thing, brother Yuan, she said. What? Xia Jingyi raised her eyebrows after hearing Xiaohua's words. Did she just call him Yuan? It was at this moment that Yuan realized that Xia Jingyi wasn't aware of his identity, and that he didn't tell Xiaohua to not call him Yuan, as he wasn't prepared for Xia Jingyi's presence. Meixiu and Yuro also realized this, but they couldn't think of any good excuses to make so quickly. Xiaohua, call me brother Yuxiang. Yuan quickly used his divine sense to speak with Xiaohua. Be brother Yuxiang? Xiaohua said. When Xia Jingyi heard this, she thought to herself, oh, so I really heard it wrong. Their names sound kind of similar too. After all, there was no way that Yuro's brother would be that famous player Yuan. Hopefully she didn't find out. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, he then wondered to himself, wait, do I really need to hide my identity from her? I think she's trustworthy enough to know about my identity. But it was a little late since he's already tried to hide his identity from her. A moment later, Xiaohua said, Brother Yuxiang, there's a couple of black horn bull half a mile in that direction. Okay, let's go. They started moving in the direction that Xiaohua pointed towards. About 10 minutes later, they stopped moving. Wow, there's so many of them, at least a dozen. How should we take care of them? Yuro asked. I can kill them with the starry abyss, but I doubt you'd want me to do that. Yuan said. That's right, brother. If you do everything for us, it wouldn't be fun. We're here for the experience, after all. Then she said, I am going to use wind blades to take out as many as I can. Jingyi, you'll take care of the ones that I miss. Okay. Xiao Jingyi nodded her head before taking a seat on the ground and retrieving a familiar-looking object from her spatial ring. That's the zither? You can play the zither? Yuan was surprised to see Xia Jingyi pull out a zither. Yes. Xia Jingyi said as she placed the zither on her lap. And she continued, the zither is similar to some of the instruments I play, so I picked it as my main weapon. We can talk about this later. Let's deal with the black horn bulls for now before they notice us or run away. Yuro said to them. Are you ready? She then asked Xia Jingyi. I am. Good, then let me begin. After taking a deep breath, Yuro began fanning her fan many times in quick succession, sending out many wind blades at the herd of black horn bulls that were eating the orange grass on the ground. The wind blades went straight through the trees that blocked their path, knocking them down. In just a few moments, Yuro had slain a little over half of the magical beasts. When the other black horn bulls saw this, they immediately stopped eating and pointed their pointy black horns in their direction. Jingyi, they are coming. Yuro warned her. Got it. Xia Jingyi then pulled the strings on the zither with spiritual energy applied to her fingers and the zither itself. The next second, many ripples began appearing in the area, and the moment the ripples touched the magical beasts, they stopped moving and coughed up blood before falling to the ground in a lifeless manner. Wow. What kind of technique is that? This is my first time seeing it. Yuan asked her afterward. It's an earth-grade zither technique that allows me to attack my targets internally, she said. What? That sounds overpowered. Attacking them internally. Doesn't this mean you can easily defeat all of your enemies? Yuan said. Not really. My attacks can easily be repelled if someone has enough spiritual energy protecting their body. Also, it doesn't have much of a range, so I can only use it when I am close to them with someone protecting me. She then said, do you want to learn the technique? I can lend you the technique if you want. Really? You want mine? Yuan asked her. I don't mind. I bought it with my own money, and I have already learned it. Xia Jingyi then took out the technique from her spatial ring before handing it to Yuan casually. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think she'd be willing to give him an earth-grade technique so easily and completely for free. You're too generous, Jingyi. Yuro chuckled. I owe you, Yuan said to her. He then opened the book and started reading it. You're going to study it now? It took me almost 2 weeks to learn it. Xia Jingyi said to him. It's okay. I have already learned the technique. Yuan said as he closed the book literally half a minute later. What? Xiao stared at him with a baffled look on her face. Ha ha. You should look at your own face right now, Jingy. Did you forget? My brother is a once-in-thousand-years genius who has mastered multiple instruments at a young age. Yuro said to her. Oh right. I forgot about that. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Erase the technique. Thanks again. Yuan returned the technique to her after holding it for less than a minute. Let's harvest their horns before we continue. Yuro then said. After spending a couple of minutes removing the black horns, Xiaohua used her divine sense to look for more black horn bulls. A mile that way. She pointed to the south a moment later. All right, let's go. I want to test out my new technique already. Yuan said, eagerly heading in that direction. While they walked, Xiao asked Yuro in a low voice. How does she do that? Locating the black horn bulls from so far away. And who is she? I have been wondering for a while now. Xiaohua. How should I explain this? Yuro pondered for a moment before continuing. Well, she's an NPC, a really powerful one at that, and she's currently traveling with my brother for some reason. What? She's an NPC? I couldn't tell at all. Xiao said. That happens a lot in this game, too often in fact. Sometime later, they found more black horn bulls traveling slowly in a group. Great. Now let me test out this new technique. Yuan said. Do you want to use my zither as well? Xiao asked him. It's fine, I have my own zither. Thank you for the offer, though. He then retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither. Wow. What a beautiful zither. Xiao muttered in awe when she saw his zither, thinking to herself that it must be a high-grade treasure. Chapter 464. Please have mercy. After retrieving the soul-ensnaring zither, Yuan took a seat on the soft ground and placed the zither on his lap. He then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment of pure silence later, he opened his eyes, and his fingers flicked the strings extremely quickly. Whoosh! A massive ripple appeared from the zither and swept the place in an instant. The next second, the black horn bulls didn't even have the time to react before their bodies exploded into a bloody mess. When Xiao used the technique, the black horn bulls didn't explode violently, so when she saw the results, she began gagging from shock, nearly puking. Whoa, brother! I think you went a little overboard. Even Yuro had to take a step back with a disgusted look on her face, after seeing the magical beast's guts and internal organs flying all over the place. Even though they were magical beasts, Yuro felt sorry for them. Luckily for them, they were standing far enough, or the blood and organs would have definitely hit them. Yuan's jaw dropped wide open when he saw the results. I also didn't think it would be so powerful, he exclaimed a moment later. Brother Tian, did you forget your cultivation base? Even a mortal rank cultivation technique will display extraordinary strength if it's used by you. Xiaohua said to him. Even if you say that, this is my first time using a zither technique, so I didn't know how to control my strength. Yuan sighed. If an earth-rank zither technique is already this destructive, he cannot imagine how powerful his divine rank zither technique could be, and he was afraid of finding out. There's no way we can harvest their horns when they're in this state. Meixiu said a moment later. I'm sorry. Yuan apologized to them. Brother, you're banned from using that technique if we're with you. It's simply too gruesome. Yuro said to him afterward. I understand. Yuan nodded. He then turned to look at Xiao and asked her. Are you okay? She wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. Yes. I was just shocked. I'm sorry. He apologized again. Shortly after, they went to look for more black horn bulls. Meixiu, do you want to try fighting them? Yuro suddenly asked her. I don't know any techniques besides my cultivation technique. She said. What? You still don't have any techniques? Yuro looked at her with wide eyes. She then looked at Yuan, who merely shook his head and said, Looks like we'll be returning to the myriad of techniques sooner than I'd anticipated. Since Meixiu didn't have any martial techniques, Yuro and Xiao took care of the magical beasts without making a huge mess. After that batch, they continued to spend a couple more hours hunting black horn bulls, until they essentially hunted almost all of them in the area. How many horns did we collect? Yuro asked Yuan at the end. About 400 give or take, he said. So 4,000 gold coins, huh? Meixiu then said, imagine a weapon that can shoot a small rock so quickly that it can pierce one's body, kind of like a bow and an arrow. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, like a slingshot? Yes, something like that. Xiao then shook her head and said, Xiao has never seen anyone using slingshots as a weapon of choice, but there are many people who use bows and arrows. Bows. I have never used a bow before. Meixiu said. What about just using your fists, Meixiu? Besides guns, you should also have plenty of hand-to-hand combat, said Yuro. Meixiu nodded. Hand techniques, huh? I actually have one on me right now. Yuan suddenly said. And he asked her. Do you want to try learning it? Okay. Yuan then retrieved the ancient rank technique had obtained from the Dragon Temple, and handed it to Meixiu in a casual manner. While he also wanted to learn the technique, he never really got the chance to do so, as he has been busy with cultivation in the real world shortly after leaving the Dragon Temple. Thank you. After accepting the technique, she opened it. Meixiu's eyes widened when she saw the rank of the technique, but she didn't say anything, and she proceeded to study the technique until they returned to Seashell City a few hours later. How was it? Were you able to understand it? Yuan asked her. Meixiu shook her head and said, I think the technique is too complex for me right now. I see. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find something suitable for you at the Myriad of Techniques. Yuan said to her after storing the technique back into his spatial ring. Thank you for your business. The driver said to them after dropping them off inside the city. Yuro and the others began making their way back to the store to turn in their harvest. Welcome, young lady. You're back already? Did you forget something? The manager there asked Yuro when she returned much faster than had anticipated. No, I am here to hand in the horns we have hunted, Yuro said. The manager raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He can only imagine how little horns they have collected after leaving for such a short time, but he didn't say that to them. Okay, let me see how many you've collected. 10 gold coins each, he said a moment later. Yuro then looked at Yuan and said, let him see them, brother. Yuan nodded and went to look for an empty and spacious spot to dump the black horns. Once he found the spot, he went there and began dumping out the black horns from his spatial ring. The manager's jaw dropped when he saw the black horns piling up into a small mountain inside his shop. In fact, he has never seen so many black horns gathered in the same place at once before. And the manager began worrying about whether he would be able to afford to pay them for so many black horns. Yuro chuckled when she saw the manager's reaction, as this reminded her of her first quest with Yuan when they had to gather spirit grass. And Xiao collected so much that the manager of that store began sweating. Okay, that should be the last one. Please count them. Yuan said to the manager after dumping out all of the black horns. The manager showed a crying smile before kneeling on the floor and crying out loud. Please have mercy. The manager's response immediately dumbfounded Yuan and the others, as they didn't know why he was crying or pleading for mercy. Chapter 465. Returning to the Myriad of Techniques. Why are you on the floor? Yuan asked the manager in a dumbfounded voice. Please, young master, have mercy. Even if you take out so many black horns, my store cannot afford all of them. The manager said in a crying voice. Yuan was speechless. This is the reason why he kowtowed to them? Can't he simply tell them that they didn't have enough money? That's fine. How much can you buy? The manager lifted his head and asked in a dumbfounded voice. Why, you're willing to forgive me? Yes, Yuan said. The manager then stood up and said, about 100 horns is the most I can afford. That's fine. Thank you, young master. Please give me a minute to prepare the money. About 10 minutes later, the manager returned with 1,000 gold coins in his hands. Here you go, young master. After accepting the money, Yuan handed it to Yuro. Shall we leave now? Yuro nodded. Wait a moment. Young master, what about the rest of your black horns? The manager asked him. Oh, you can keep them, Yuan said in a casual manner. Excuse me? The manager looked at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Even if you cannot buy them, we have no use for them, so we'll give them to you for free, Yuan said to the manager. Really? Yes. You don't mind it either, right, Yuro? Yuan asked her. I don't really care. We did it mostly for the experience anyway, she nodded. Although 3,000 gold coins may be worth a lot to the average player, in front of Yuro, who was exposed to wealth countless times more than that by Yuan, it was as little as a drop of water in an ocean. Thank you very much, esteemed guests. The manager bowed to them and refused to lift his head until they left. Are we going to the Myriad of Techniques now? Yuro asked after they left. It's getting dark outside, so let's wait until tomorrow, Yuan said as he looked at the darkening sky. All right. See you guys later, Yuro said to them. Good night, Xiao said. After logging off, Meixiu began cooking dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan tried his best to break through to Spirit Master. I should have asked Xiao when I had the chance. I guess I will do it tomorrow, Yuan sighed inwardly. After failing to break through, Yuan stopped trying until after dinner. The following morning after breakfast, Yuan and Meixiu met up with Yuro and Xiao. Good morning, brother. Yuro waved at them. Good morning, Xiao said. Morning. Are you guys ready to head to the Myriad of Techniques? Yuan asked them. Yes. Is there one in this city? Yuan then asked. There is. I looked it up yesterday. Follow me, Yuro said to them. Yuan and the others followed Yuro, and after walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at this ordinary-looking store. It feels like yesterday, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. They entered the store a moment later, and a beautiful woman greeted them with a bright smile on her face. However, this beautiful woman wasn't Zhu Yuang like Yuan had expected. It was an entirely different person. She did say that she'll be replaced soon. Yuan thought to himself. Welcome to the Myriad of Techniques. If this is your first time at our store, please put your hand on this crystal ball. Everybody there looked at Xiao, as this was her first time to this place while everyone else had already been here before. Xiao stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball, which glowed a golden color. A heavenly destiny? Congratulations, young lady. You can access the first and second floor of the store. As for everyone else, you may go to whichever floor you're authorized. And don't try to cheat, because we have records of your results. The woman said to them. Once they passed the entrance, Yuan said to them, Meixiu, Yuro, Jingy, you three can go look for a technique. I will be in the waiting room. You're not coming with us? Yuro asked him. I want to take this time to learn a technique that I've recently acquired. And I have something to talk to Xiao about. Okay. Then we'll be back. After Yuro and the others left, Xiao turned to look at Yuan and asked him. Brother Yuan wants to speak with Xiao? Yuan nodded and said, to be completely honest, I think I am at a bottleneck. Do you remember that one time when you shared your experience breaking through to Spirit Warrior with me? Can you also do the same for Spirit Master? Brother Yuan is at a bottleneck? How is that possible? Xiao raised her eyebrows. Well, it's a little bit complicated. He sighed. It's okay. If Brother Yuan needs help, Xiao will do everything in her power to assist. Thank you. Once they were in the waiting room that was a spacious area with many chairs spread out, Yuan took a seat on the floor, and Xiao stood in front of him. She then raised her hand and poked him in the forehead with a soft glow on the tip of her fingers. Yuan closed his eyes the next moment, and he began experiencing what Xiao had experienced when she tried to break through to Spirit Master. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the store, Yuro and the other two ladies wandered around the store. Do you have any techniques in mind? Yuro asked Meixiu. No idea. I also don't have any idea. Let's just look around, I guess. Thus, they proceeded to spend the next couple of hours looking through every single technique on the first floor. as there were tens of thousands of techniques on the first floor alone. As for Yuan, had experience breaking through to Spirit Master hundreds, thousands of times in these hours. Chapter 466, Ancient Seal. After spending a few hours experiencing Xiaohua's experience, Yuan finally opened his eyes and looked around. They're not back yet? They came back about an hour ago to tell us that they'll need a few more hours on the second floor. But Brother Yuan was absorbed in his own thing. Xiaohua said to him, "Oh, I see. That's fine. I still have a technique to learn, anyway. And thanks for showing me your experience, Xiaohua. I think I understand why I cannot break through." "Why?" Xiaohua asked. "It's most likely due to the lack of spiritual energy in that place," he said. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Spiritual energy is incredibly important when one is trying to break through because they'll need a massive amount of spiritual energy, hence why people usually choose a place with the most spiritual energy before they attempt to break through." "I see. This is going to be pretty tricky." Yuan sighed. As a cripple who cannot move without the assistance of a wheelchair and Meixiu, it would be difficult for him to find a location with better spiritual energy than his room, and because of their situation, it wouldn't be smart to wander outside. "I guess I will have to put my breakthrough on hold and practice my divine sense for now," Yuan thought to himself. If Brother Yuan cannot find a place with good spiritual energy, he can look for treasures that contain a large amount of spiritual energy instead. Xiaohua suddenly said. "A treasure? That's even more tricky," Yuan said, as he wasn't sure if there were any treasures in the real world that contain spiritual energy. "If only we can somehow transfer the treasures in this world back to the real world." Yuan sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, unlike transferring knowledge from to the real world, it was simply impossible to transfer physical objects like treasures to the real world no matter how he thought about it. "Thanks for the advice, Xiaohua," Yuan said to her before taking out the ancient rank martial technique he had obtained from the Dragon Temple and reading through it. The instant he opened the scroll, Yuan could see images flowing into his head, and it was like watching a movie play inside his head. There was a handsome young man with long blonde hair practicing on a mountain peak, and every time he punched his fists out, it would create the image of a dragon that would fly into the distance before creating a hole in whatever it touched. What a powerful technique. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he continued to watch this talented youth practice the technique. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. Of course, what Yuan was experiencing right now didn't occur to Meixiu when she tried to learn the technique in the carriage. Perhaps it had something to do with their compatibility, but Yuan comprehended the technique at a frightening rate. While Yuan tried to comprehend the technique, Xiaohua sat beside him like some kind of guardian, making sure that nobody disturbs him. However, no matter how powerful Xiaohua may be, she didn't have the capabilities to protect Yuan from everything, and one of these things being sound. A loud voice suddenly resounded in the waiting room, snapping Yuan back to reality. "It's you again. You're definitely stalking me." Yuan frowned when he heard this voice, and he turned to look at the door, where a blonde-haired beauty was standing with a couple of techniques in her grasp. Yuan sighed inwardly when he saw this beauty. "What are you doing here?" "I have been here since this morning," Yuan said to her. "And I have been here since last night," she quickly responded. "Don't you get tired of this? Just go on and continue your trial for the 4 ancient families," Yuan sighed out loud. "So you knew my identity this entire time? And you still claim that you're not stalking me? I don't buy it," the girl said to him with a look of disbelief on her face. "No. Somebody recognized your uniform and told me. You know what? Forget it. There's no point talking to you." Yuan sighed out loud. The fierce girl gritted her teeth and said, "Why, you're freaking lucky that we're inside the myriad of techniques right now, or I would have already smashed your face in." Yuan shrugged and responded in a calm voice. "Did you not learn from last time? Go ahead and punch me if you want to experience that pain again." The girl suddenly felt a dull pain on her feet when Yuan reminded her about the last incident. Forget it. You can follow me all you like, but if you dare to try and do anything funny, I will smash your face in." The fierce girl then took a seat on the other side of the room and proceeded to ignore him. Yuan also ignored her and continued to study the technique. However, to Yuan's surprise, Xiaohua stood up and approached the fierce girl. The girl turned to look at Xiaohua with a frown on her face. What do you want? Xiaohua stared at her for a good moment before speaking. You're from the 4 ancient families, right? How much power do you hold within the family? Ha! Why do you care? Xiaohua then said. Do you have the ancient seal? The girl's eyes widened with surprise, and she quickly stood up and backed away from Xiaohua. Who are you? Why do you know about the ancient seal? Xiaohua remained silent. I asked you a question. Why do you know about the ancient seal? The fierce girl then raised her hand before throwing it at Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua. Yuan stood up, but before he could even do anything, Xiaohua waved her sleeves and calmly caught the attack perfectly. Why you? The girl's eyes widened with shock after feeling an unfathomable strength coming from Xiaohua. Chapter 467, Primordial Realm. Let me go. The fierce lady shouted when Xiaohua didn't release her fist. If anything happens to me, my family will, without a doubt, avenge me. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua released her grasp on the lady, letting her free. Now tell me how you know about the ancient seal. The lady repeated. That is something only the top ranks in the family should know about. If you do not have the ancient seal, then Xiaohua is no longer interested in speaking with you. Xiaohua said to her before turning around and walking back to Yuan in a nonchalant manner. Why, you little brat? The fierce girl gritted her teeth, yet she didn't dare to approach Xiaohua. If you don't tell me how you know about the ancient seal, I will tell my family about you. You can either answer me or answer my family. And if you choose the latter, just know that they won't be as patient as I am now. Xiaohua turned to look at her and said, the ancient seal may be a secret in the lower heavens, but in the upper heavens, everybody knows about it. What? The girl's eyes widened with shock, as this was new information for her. Are you trying to tell me that you're from the upper heavens? What are you doing here? And why do you need the ancient seal? She asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't say anything and turned back around, ignoring her. If you tell me, I will tell you where the ancient seal is, the girl suddenly said. Xiaohua immediately turned around upon hearing this, but when she saw the girl's face, Xiaohua turned back around and said, You're lying. What? I am not lying. I will really tell you. However, Xiaohua ignored her. Fine. If you want to play this game, I will play with you. The lady then grabbed her techniques before storming outside the place. Is everything okay, Xiaohua? Wouldn't it be problematic if the 4 ancient families came after us? Yuan asked her afterward. Xiaohua nodded and said, she won't tell her family about this, and even if they do come after us, Xiaohua can deal with them. You sound confident that she won't tell her family. Why is that? Yuan asked. Because she cannot contact her family unless she completes her trial no matter the situation. I see. What about the ancient seal? What is that? The ancient seal is a treasure that each of the 4 ancient families owns. And if one gathers all 4, they will get to enter the primordial realm. Primordial realm? What kind of place is that? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Xiaohua looked at Yuan in silence for a good moment before mumbling in a low voice. The primordial realm is Xiaohua's home. What? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Home as in the place you were born? Yuan asked her. Xiaohua nodded. The primordial realm is a special place that isn't part of the 9 heavens, and Xiaohua was born there. However, due to reasons, Xiaohua had to leave the primordial realm. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to ask her a question that he has been curious about for a long time now. Does it have anything to do with being an exile? Xiaohua's eyes widened with shock upon hearing his question. When did Brother Yuan learn about exiles? Xiaohua asked him in a shaky voice, clearly feeling nervous. I have known about it for over a month now, but to tell you the truth, I have no idea what an exile is, and I was hoping to get some clarification from you, Yuan said. Xiao Hua turned silent upon hearing his words. Seeing Xiao Hua's nervousness, Yuan continued in a gentle voice. Xiao Hua, no matter who you are or what background you have, I will always be on your side. I am asking because I am worried that you might need help, but I won't be able to help you if I don't know anything. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua nodded and said, An exile is someone who has been banished from the 9 heavens by the celestial emperor, and the primordial realm is a place where exiles gather. Xiao Hua's family did something bad in the past, so everyone in the family was exiled. Of course, this included the future generations of the family. What? So someone in your family did something bad, and everyone in the family got punished, including the innocent? Yuan was speechless, finding the judgment to be cruel and unfair, especially towards the innocent children, and those who will join the family in the future. Xiao Hua nodded and continued. Once exiled, they cannot enter the 9 heavens again, or they will be hunted by everyone in the 9 heavens. And once someone is branded as an exile, they cannot remove that title no matter how much time passes or what they do. However, there is one exception, the Supreme Heaven's legacy. If an exile can fulfill the legacy, that person and their family will be allowed to return to the 9 heavens, and will no longer be regarded as exiles. However, only one person per family can hold the legacy, and Xiao Hua was chosen to fulfill this legacy. Unbelievable. To think your family would give someone so young so much responsibility, forcing you to bear such a heavy burden. Yuan sighed. It's okay. Xiao Hua wanted to do it as well. As for your legacy, we just need to reach the Supreme Heaven, right? Yuan then asked. Xiao Hua nodded, and she said, Yes, but reaching the Supreme Heaven is just the beginning of the legacy. Xiao Hua doesn't know anything else beyond that. It's okay. We'll find out when we get there, Yuan said. Brother Yuan, there's still one more thing you should know about exiles, she suddenly said. Yuan looked at her with a smile and said, It's okay. You can tell me. Chapter 468. Hunted by the 9 heavens. As an exile, despite holding the Supreme Heaven's legacy, Xiao Hua will be constantly hunted by other cultivators, so she might bring trouble to Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him, What? Why do you have to be hunted when you're a legacy holder? Yuan asked her with wide eyes. Because that's how the Celestial Emperor made it. He wanted to make it as difficult as possible for exiles to escape their fate. If it was so easy to complete the legacy, people would have escaped the primordial realm long ago. However, after millions of years, nobody has managed to achieve true freedom. Xiao Hua said, Not only are we hunted by everyone in the 9 heavens, but we also have our strength limited, so that we wouldn't be able to ascend too quickly. That's just not fair. It's like they're treating exiles as animals. Yuan was speechless. Fortunately, Xiao Hua won't have to worry about being hunted until after the 3rd heaven, where cultivators have the ability to discern those who are exiles. Is this why Miss Su warned me to leave Xiao Hua's side as soon as possible? Because Xiao Hua will be constantly hunted by others, and if I am with her, I might also get hunted. Yuan finally realized why Su Jieqi said what she said at that time. It turned out that she was only concerned about him. However, even if the entire world goes after Xiao Hua, Yuan has already decided that he wouldn't abandon her no matter what. Don't worry, Xiao Hua. Even if the entire world is against you, I will be on your side. In the first place, you didn't do anything wrong. If I ever get a chance to speak with the Celestial Emperor, I am going to give him a piece of my mind and seek justice for you. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said, feeling relieved that Yuan didn't decide to abandon her because of her status. Xiao Hua, do you wish to visit your home? Is that why you asked that girl for the ancient seal? Yuan asked her a moment later. Xiao Hua nodded and said, One cannot leave the primordial realm without the Supreme Heaven's legacy, but once they leave, they cannot return to the primordial realm without the ancient seal. With the ancient seals, one can enter the primordial realm as they wish. I see. Do you think the 4 ancient families will lend us their ancient seals? Probably not. But it doesn't matter what the 4 ancient families think. As long as the person holding the ancient seal is willing, they can hand over the ancient seal, Xiao said. Oh. Who is currently holding the ancient seals? We won't know unless we try, Yuan said, sounding a little enthusiastic. Xiao shook her head and said, Xiao only knows that each family has one person holding the ancient seal, but that person's identity is very secretive, and only important figures in the families would hold such information. Furthermore, the person holding the ancient seal can be anywhere in the 9 heavens. For example, there could be a seal holder in the 3rd heaven while the other seal holders are in the other heavens. After all, the 4 ancient families exist all over the 9 heavens. What? So you're telling me that there could be a seal holder in the supreme heaven? That makes things even more complicated. Yuan sighed. Yes, but the 4 ancient seal holders will gather in the same location once every 10 years to make sure that everybody still has their seal. If we can find out the location and time of their next meeting, perhaps we might be able to meet all of them at once. Xiao said. But just meeting them won't do any good. We need to convince them to lend us their ancient seals too. And that will probably be the hardest part. Brother Yuan, we should forget about this for now. There's no point looking for the ancient seals now. Even if we somehow acquire it now, we won't be able to go there, she said. Why not? Yuan asked. Because Brother Yuan is too weak. If we go there now, you will most definitely die. What? The primordial realm, is that dangerous? I thought it was your home. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, that is where Xiaohua's family is located, but there are other exiles living there as well, not to mention the chaotic energy in that world. It's called the primordial realm mainly because of the chaotic energy that's very common in the primordial era, and if one doesn't have sufficient cultivation, they will be crushed to death just by being around that chaotic energy. Wow. Doesn't this mean everybody living inside the primordial realm are incredibly powerful cultivators? Yuan asked. Xiao nodded and said, they are so powerful that when babies are born, they already have the cultivation base of a spirit lord. What? Born as a spirit lord? People can be born as cultivators. Yuan was shocked when he heard this, as this is his first time hearing such information. Yes. In the upper heavens, many people are born already with a cultivation base because their parents help them by nurturing them with spiritual energy even before they are born. Heavens! Now I really want to go to the primordial realm. Yuan mumbled to himself. Sometime later, Yuan returned to studying the ancient rank technique until Yuro and the others returned. Sorry it took so long, brother. There were just so many techniques to look at, and we didn't know what we wanted. Yuro apologized to him afterward. I don't mind, Yuan said. Since you're back, does this mean you're finally finished? What kind of cultivation techniques did you guys pick? Yuan asked them, and he could see each of them holding on to scrolls. Well, we picked a lot, but we're not sure if we want them just yet since we still need to see if we can afford them. Yuro said. Chapter 469 Free? Don't worry about the price. I will pay for them even if you can afford it. Yuan said to Yuro after hearing her words. Really? Yuro's eyes flickered with excitement. Although it felt weird at first, she eventually got used to being spoiled by Yuan. Now she even enjoys being spoiled. Meixiu, Miss Xia. I will also pay for your techniques. You don't have to pay for my stuff as well. Xia Jingyi said in a surprised voice, and she continued, also you can just call me Jingyi. It feels weird being called Miss by someone older than me. It's okay. Just let me pay for it. It'll also feel weird for me if I pay for everyone else but you. Yuan insisted on paying for her cultivation techniques. Oh, thank you, Senior Yu. Senior Yu? Just call me Yutian. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, let's go check out the techniques. A few minutes later, they arrived at the reception desk. Hello, would like to check the prices for these techniques. Yuro said to the young man working behind the desk. The young man turned to look at Yuro with a pondering expression on his face. Oh, I remember you. You're that girl who bought the Windblade technique a while ago, the young man said, as he was there during Yuan and Yu Rao's first visit to the store. He then turned to look at Yuan. It's good to see you again, senior. Hello. You're still working at the desk? You don't have to rotate with another person like Zhu Yueying? Yuan asked him. Ah. I am a permanent worker here, so no, I don't have any replacements, he said. I see. Anyways, how much for these techniques? Let me see what you got. Yu Rou and the others placed the techniques in their grasp on the table, and the young man immediately began looking through the scrolls. Your total will come out to 0 gold coins, the young man said with a smile on his face. Excuse me? Yu Rou raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner, clearly doubting what she'd just heard. Did you just say 0 gold coins? Isn't that basically free? Yuan asked with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it's free. The young man nodded. Why is it free? Xiao asked him. The young man looked at Yuan and said, as long as you're part of the faction, everything in the myriad of techniques is free as long as the technique is below heaven rank. Faction? What is he talking about, brother? Yu Rou turned to ask him. I will explain later, Yuan said. Then he turned to look at the young man and asked, are there any limitations? Like I cannot share or sell the techniques. After all, getting all of the techniques I want for free sounds a little bit too good to be true. The only limitation is that you are limited to 10 free techniques a year. If you want to sell or share the technique, you are free to do so, the young man said. Yu Rou and Xiao turned to look at each other with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They were shocked speechless by Yuan's privilege. What exactly is a faction and how do they join it? My parents had to shell out a few $1 billion to acquire a heaven-rank cultivation technique, but Brother Tian only needed to join a faction to obtain 10 free techniques every year as long as it's below heaven rank. Yu Rou thought to herself. If you think this is too good to be true, just wait until you achieve a higher faction rank, since the higher your rank, the better techniques you get to take for free. The young man continued. Are you also part of the faction? Yuan couldn't help but ask him. Of course not. It's too unrealistic for me. To the point where I cannot even dream about being part of Master Bei's faction. Then how did you know that I am part of the faction? Yuan then asked. The young man then retrieved a talisman from under the desk and said, when this talisman glows gold, it means there's someone from the faction in front of me. That's how I knew. Wow, that's pretty neat. Do you think I can get one as well? I'm sorry, senior, but this isn't something that can be given to everyone even if they're from the faction. I only have one because I am working at the myriad of techniques. If you want one, you'll have to acquire the rank of captain. The young man explained to him. I see. Thanks for letting me know, Yuan said. He then turned to look at Yu Rou and the others. Since I can acquire any technique below heaven rank for free, and I still have 10 slots this year, do you want to go back and look around some more? I wouldn't be surprised if there were some techniques that caught your interest but you decided to ignore them because you were worried about the price. Oh really? You're going to use your precious 10 slots for us? Yu Rou looked at him with wide eyes. Yes. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Thank you, brother. I love you, Yu Rou said to him. Thank you, Tian. I will definitely return this favor one day in the future. Xiao lowered her head and bowed to him. Guess I will hold on to these techniques for now, the young man said with a smile on his face. Yu Rou and the others left the place shortly after and returned to the second floor to look at the techniques one more time. Ying, what about you? You only know a single technique right now, right? You should look around too, Yuan said to her afterward. Lan Ying then appeared before him and said, is it really okay for me to get a technique as well? Of course, he nodded. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.